They do not have a future in power, and they do not have a future by holding Israelis, whether they be alive or, unfortunately, at this stage, no longer alive and no longer with us. They must be returned incomplete. That's just the key message that we have to take away here.
One other headline here, U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, we kind of discussed this already, but says that the U.S. and Israel can actually take joint military action against Hamas if these negotiations fail. So is that just kind of a threat, or is that a real possibility for the U.S. and Israel to join forces and take military action against the terror group?
I mean, it certainly is a real possibility, and the fact that we're hearing this from the senior leadership, the top leadership of the U.S., the upper echelons, indicates that it is even more realistic. And we've seen, just this last week, we saw the Israeli Air Force and U.S. Air Force enacting joint operations, training operations. So, we know that this capability exists. We know that the militaries of both countries stand at the ready with the capability to take joint action, whether it be against Hamas, of course, whether it be against the theocratic regime in Iran. These possibilities are real and ready. And under the current administration in the U.S., we have seen that willingness to say that this could happen in the near future. Now, again, there's so many moving parts here and so many elements that remain yet to be determined whether Hamas will indeed come to the negotiating table and release the hostages, as they must do. But should that not happen, and of course, when you're making deals with the devil like Hamas, you must certainly know that the devil doesn't play fair. So it seems that Israel and the U.S. stand ready to do whatever is necessary to keep that pressure on Hamas and to let them know that if they don't come to the negotiating table, they have, to use U.S. President Trump's own words, risk all hell to pay.
There are nearly 60 hostages that do remain in captivity at this point. We're talking about a handful of Americans. I do want to ask, do we know their conditions, their status at this point? Do we know how those Americans are doing?
Yes, we do. So there remain 5 Americans that are being held hostage by Hamas. Unfortunately, as the situation stands right now, only...
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we're doing a live stream on YouTube tonight. We're also going to be doing a simulcast on X Spaces. I'm going to open up X Spaces. If you would like to do a call-in, please do. This is March 8th. I'm going to be also releasing, re-releasing this recording on all the different channels. Please subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube: Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's important that you subscribe to all the channels. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. Make sure you subscribe. I get periodically different strikes on the YouTube channels, so I have to switch where I'm going to be, going. But please make sure you subscribe to all the channels. Also follow me on the 2 channels that I have on X. You get notifications that way. I've noticed that people get notifications almost a day late, sometimes on YouTube. So please help support my work by making sure you subscribe to all my channels. Also, I have thousands of videos for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. I think that's ridiculous when people do that. And so please help support my work by donating. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Through your donations and being a paid member to my Patreon channel, it allows me to do thousands of videos for free for you guys. So please help by donating. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. On the bottom of the homepage, just click the links and you can donate. Another way is to be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, all my videos are for free. I talk about finance and economics, international policy and what's going on worldwide, what's going on in U.S. politics, also health and wellness and scientific endeavors. So please help support my work by donating and being a paid member to Patreon, and get the products that I have on my store. Let me talk about one great product that I have on my store that you can get to help support my work and to help support your health and wellness. Lavender structural nano silver soaps and peppermint structural nano silver soaps. Get a couple bars for your household, very high quality. They're in a new packaging. I like this packaging compared to the other packaging, but please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. And in the older packaging, same high quality structural nano silver soap, you can get it in charcoal tea tree and in lemongrass. So please get a few bars for your household, help with your health and wellness, and help support my work. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. These are soaps that I use every day. You should too. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, we have a lot of news to cover. What I want to do is I want to go to CNN and play what was said by Bolton.
Might be shifting his tone toward Russia. He posted this on social media, quote, based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I'm strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it is too late. Thank you. But that posture didn't last long. Hours later, he had this exchange with a reporter.
President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
You know, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards.
From large-scale banking sanctions to we're doing very well with Russia in just a few hours. Again, like in that Oval Office confrontation, President Trump said that Ukrainian President Zelensky doesn't have the cards. He also doesn't have military aid and some intelligence sharing, which the president has paused. So President Trump also suspended Ukraine's access to certain commercial satellite imagery purchased by the U.S. government. Ukraine uses the imagery to track Russian troop movements. And that news comes as Russia launched a major assault on several regions across Ukraine last night. 70 missiles and almost 200 drones were used. Two U.S. defense officials tell CNN that the U.S. is still sharing intelligence Ukraine can use to defend itself, but has, quote, scaled back sharing intelligence that can be used to go on the offense. Today, the president was asked about the attacks and the pause.
Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now.
And joining me now is John Bolton, who served as National Security Advisor to the President during his first term as U.S. Ambassador to the UN in the George W. Bush administration. Ambassador Bolton, thanks for being here. How does this president go from talking about sanctions in the morning against Russia to essentially saying their strategy of pounding Ukraine is what anybody would do in this situation and taking advantage of the president's position?
Well, because I think he knew that the so-called threat this morning was totally hollow, as did Vladimir Putin. And he did it simply to try and show some kind of balance, given the things he had said about Zelensky and the Ukrainians. If you look at the statement about the actual threat, he threatens three things: banking sanctions, and tariffs. Now, I'll assume there's banking sanctions are just a subset of sanctions. I don't know why you would have two separate things. But let's take tariffs first. I don't understand it. Who knows? But on tariffs, Russian exports to the United States last year, the only year we have full statistics, were a little bit less than $3 billion, which is trivial compared to the total volume of U.S. trade with the rest of the world. And in fact, in 2021, in other words, the last full year before Russia's invasion in 2022, they were about 30 billion. So over this period of time since the invasion, U.S. imports from Russia have already shrunk 90%. So the tariff thing is effectively meaningless. Banking sanctions, if there are banking sanctions we haven't imposed on Russia, I'd like to know why not. But in any event, as with really all the sanctions that have been imposed, and this is a general problem for sanctions, Russia has very successfully evaded, particularly the financial sanctions, moving through China's opaque financial system to get into global markets. So I think Putin completely understood that threat was totally hollow.
It seems now the U.S. is not doing cyber operations against Russia, according to reporting. we've mentioned new reporting that the Trump administration has suspended Ukraine's access to commercial satellite imagery purchased by the U.S. government, which comes after the pause, obviously, in U.S. military aid and the sharing of intelligence. How long do you think the Ukrainians can hold up without that kind of support?
Well, and it's a question of what other NATO members may be able to supply them. I think it's really despicable to stop providing the intelligence to Ukraine. This is all part of how Trump does business. It's all personal. I know this is hard to understand, that people think there's some policy behind it, but it's not. Trump believes that U.S. relations with other countries are embodied in his personal relations with the foreign heads of state. He thinks Vladimir Putin is his friend. He's never liked Zelensky, not since the famous perfect phone call in 2019. And this is what you're getting. But if I may come to this order suspending offensive cyber operations against Russia, this is a huge mistake for the United States. Forget Ukraine. This isn't going to make Russia more eager to come to the table. It's the rest of Trump's policies abandoning Ukraine and taking Russia's side that prevent Russia from coming to the table. Why should they negotiate when Trump gives them everything they want? And even more importantly, I think the cyber operators would tell you that part of what's important here, dealing with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, any of our cyber adversaries, is to have what they call persistent engagement. If you're not always probing the Russians, you're giving them a chance to tee up their own offensive.
See, this is my take on this. By not giving them the satellite intelligence, what you're doing is you're de-escalating the war. Now, I think that Trump has taken the stance that NATO expansionism is part of the problem. And the United States has been bolstering up NATO with its defense for too long. And that Europe needs to step up to the plate and provide their own defense. So to if the goal is to de-escalate the war between Russia and Ukraine, stopping satellite imagery and not giving that to Ukraine is a good policy. See, Bolton has continually pushed this concept of a Cold War agenda and this hubris that took place after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Now, he just mentioned, well, when it comes to cyber, you got to just keep on probing and probing and probing and being, and engage in causing havoc amongst your quote adversaries. But here's a concept. Let's stop this Cold War mentality. Let's stop trying to view our enemies as enemies, and let's try to de-escalate. Now, maybe it doesn't work, and then you escalate. But the thing is, at least try, instead of this constant Cold War mentality. He just said with Anderson Cooper, Bolton just said it, that you got to engage and have constant engagement with them, not in peace or an economic integration with the two countries, but poke the bear to see if they're going to do something, on the military battlefield. This is a Cold War mentality. This is a mentality that's coming from the CFR. This is a mentality that's coming from CSIS. And literally, I think Trump's right. If we keep on doing this, what's going to happen is we're going to most likely tiptoe into World War III.
If there were some deal here, a momentary truce, that'd be one thing. This looks to me like just another Trump giveaway.
And just so I'm clear, is it true that Russia is always probing the U.S. and civilians?
And you think that Crimea wasn't given away by Obama?
Structure in hospitals and electrical systems to try to see weaknesses.
I think that's clear. The Russians say, "Oh, it's not Russia. No, it's some troll farm operating under some fake name, some cutout operation." But they're doing it all the time, and really, I think we've improved our offensive game beginning in the Trump administration when we loosened Obama administration restrictions on offensive cyber. But cyber is like any other human domain. If you're not probing the adversary, you're taking risks for America. Again, forget Ukraine here. That's not part of the equation. This is backing away from dealing with the Russian cyber threat. I think it's a big mistake.
Ambassador Bolton, I appreciate your time.
Well, you know, the reality of the situation is the deep state is literally in the mustache of John Bolton, and he is a perma bearer against Russia. You know, he comes from this old concept of the Cold War. There's something new that's starting to emerge, that needs to emerge, and this old mentality of post-World War II mentality needs to end. Okay, with that said, I want to go to I want to see what Huckabee is saying here on Fox.
Let's figure this out with President Trump's nominee for U.S. Ambassador to Israel. He's the one and only Governor Mike Huckabee. Governor, it's always wonderful to see you. What's your take on this? You know, the White House responded with their own fight video saying American voters already chose their fighters in November. You happen to be one of them. What'd you make of the Democrats' disaster week?
Honestly, it was like watching outtakes of Jane Fonda's workout video from the 80s. I've not seen anything that bizarre, I can't think, in decades. And then when the Congresswoman goes out and says, "We don't just hold the bag, I am the bag," I thought, did she really just say that?
Right.
I mean, it just can't get worse. And we watch this on the Republican side and look at it and say, why are they helping us so much? Do they want us to keep winning? Because, my gosh, I can't think of anything they could do that would make it easier for people to say, I'm done with
this. This is what I said back in late 2023, when you had the protests that were going on in the United States, and, you know, this whole pro-Hamas protesting that was going on the campuses, and you had, you know, these ultra liberals. And I said that what's going to happen is that you're going to have the ultra liberal agenda and the individuals that tie themselves to that politic eat themselves. It's the snake is going to eat its own tail, and you're seeing it here in 2025.
I'm joining the Trump train, and I think that's what's happening across America. People were outraged by what happened at the president's speech when the Democrats couldn't even applaud for children who have overcome cancer, or a kid getting appointed to West Point. That was bad enough. And then they put out these videos that just make them look like they've lost their ever-loving minds. Keep it up, Democrats. We'd like to stay the majority party and build on the base we have.
Governor, what do you make of this story? The Trump White House today cut off $400 million in federal funding to Columbia University, saying it broke federal anti-discrimination laws and did not stop anti-Semitic threats on campus after Hamas's 10/7 terror attack in Israel. They're also moving to cancel foreign nationals' visas, anybody who supports Hamas or other terror groups. The State Department's doing that. What do you make of all this?
Bravo. Thank you, President Trump, for finally stepping up and recognizing that it is ridiculous for parents, particularly parents of Jewish students, to pay the kind of money it takes to go to Columbia and then have their children unable to get to class or being feared for their lives because you've got these anarchists who parade around in their little mask and pretend that they're somehow protesting something when they have no idea what they're even talking about. When they get out there and scream from the river to the sea, they probably couldn't name you the river or the sea they're even referencing. They have no idea what life is like in Israel. And it's just embarrassing. But the real embarrassment is that Columbia University didn't take the kind of strong action and expel these students, have some of them arrested when they destroy property and break into buildings, and deport those who are here, who ought to be grateful for the chance to study America. I just say thank you, President Trump, for speaking out and standing up and doing what I think 90% of Americans would like to see done on these elite college campuses.
And there could be more funds pulled from other schools, right, sir? Is that right?
Absolutely. Oh, I think they will be. And if this isn't a clear message to some of these other, I would call them nose up in the air, snotty schools, they need to get their act together and start being an educational institution instead of a playground for a bunch of uneducated idiots who pretend that they're smarter than the rest of us.
Governor, how
Other
could
than
we?
that, I don't have much to say.
It's a big problem over at Arbor too. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work by purchasing the great products that I offer. So I have lozenges, structural nanosilver lozenges. They're great to take during the allergy season and the cold season. Have some available at your work and at home. You never know when you need them. Get a few bags for your household. You can get it in elderberry zinc, and you can get it in manuka honey. Get a few bags. There's 21 lozenges in each bag here. Now, I also have drops, which are smaller than the lozenges, in 100 count. You can get it in cherry flavor, honey and lemon, and also in blueberry. Get a few of these for your household. They're very high quality. It's made from structural nanosilver, and it helps during the allergy season and the cold season. Right when you have that irritation in your throat, take them right away, all right? To mitigate the problem. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work and help support your health and wellness. Now, I also want to talk about it's important to take a good probiotic every day. Gut health is really important for your brain, for your liver, for your gut, for your skin, for your hair, for your nails, for your different organ systems, really important. I have it in a veggie cap form, probiotic, or in a powdered form. I prefer taking the powdered version, but I take a lot of different powders, like the collagen and the lignans and the gladiator barley and the boomer boost, right? So it's just easier for me to take it in the powdered form. If you take it in the powdered form, mix it with soft foods like yogurt or hummus or applesauce if you want, or you can just mix it with filtered water. Some people put it in a smoothie. So please take it every day. It's really important. By taking a good probiotic, you're helping your gut biome. And by improving your gut biome, you're improving your energy absorption, the food absorption, you're improving your metabolism, you're improving the health of your gut. You're increasing the mucosal lining of your gut, so your immune system will be better. And you're improving the communication between your gut and your liver, and your gut and your brain. With taking a good probiotic, you're going to sleep better. You're going to have less inflammation, so that's going to be better for your immune system. And you're going to be able to have, you're going to be less irritable, so you'll be able to concentrate better. And you're going to be able to sleep better. So that means that you're going to be detoxifying your central nervous system during your sleep. And it has been found in research, this is new research that's coming out, that a bad gut biome can lead to early onset of dementia or Alzheimer's. So please start with taking a good probiotic, improve your gut. That's a very important piece to your health protocol. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get these probiotics, take them every day. You'll also notice that your skin will improve and your hair and your nails. All right. A lot of people don't realize that you can actually see the physical manifestations in your eyes or in your hair or in your nails or on your face by a poor gut biome. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, I want to pivot over to live now here. Oh, before I do, just a reminder, I have X spaces open if you would like to ask a question or tell me your opinion on what's going on in the Trump administration or what's going on in the news. This is interactive. Please join the X spaces.
That they're ready for peace negotiations. In fact, the Ukrainians feel that the Russians absolutely are not ready for peace negotiations. In fact, they feel that some of the things that have been done to, what they would say appease the Russians, or those carrots have been provided to the Russians, at least in terms of policy, rhetoric, whatever, that those things have actually emboldened the Russians to be even more reluctant to engage in negotiations, because they feel that doing what they're doing, they're just getting all the concessions that they want without having to actually sit down and talk through things. So that tells me it may be a while before we get to something like peace negotiations. And the Europeans have thrown out a proposal which includes peacekeepers on the ground, and Putin just I think yesterday or last night turned that down cold. He said absolutely not. I will not entertain the European proposal. So none of those things indicate that there's going to be a peace negotiation, and it's tough to see a ceasefire put in place unless there's something beyond that ceasefire that they're looking at. And so I'm not holding my breath. Let's just put it that way.
Al Kemper is the host of the Scrap podcast, which I do have to, I have a bone to pick with you, Al. Andrew Kraft was your first Live Now anchor on the podcast.
I know, shocking but true. Shocking but true. Well, it was a first name alphabetic thing. Okay, A-N versus A-U. Okay, so yeah, that was.
Should have been called Adam.
Well, if that was the case, then yeah, I would have done that. But see, now you bring this up. You bring this up as an option I had not considered. But still doesn't change it. You're still you are who you are, and I can't change that. So
yeah. Well, I'll look forward to being the second Live Now host on the Scrap podcast one of these days. By the way, you can watch.
I think there's a guy named Al that will be before you.
Of course.
Again, it's all phonetics. I can't do anything about it. So
all right. Well, Al should have been before Andrew. Al.
Oh, good point.
Wow.
That is an alphabet issue. Yeah. We'll have to bring that
Al
up.
should really, he should really.
Maybe it was Archie. Maybe it was Archie.
There we go. All right. Strat podcast. You can listen to it anywhere. You can listen to podcasts. Hal, good to see you. Have a good rest of your weekend.
All right. You too, Austin. Thanks.
All right. Live look at the White House. 7:49 on the East Coast. Back in a moment.
Okay. As they're going through a commercial break, I want to see if CNA is doing anything interesting.
Keep them away and what he
CNA isn't publishing anything
it's a lot.
interesting at the moment. Secretary Bassin announces creation of affordable czar role. All right, let's go to that. Let's see what he's talking about there.
See, there's a lot to unpack here. One is the actual economy, where I think numbers are bad. The media kept telling us things are fine. You just aren't feeling it. That's your problem. And I think they were missing the way people are feeling. And then there's all the stuff on the 10-year bond, which I'm so excited about. But we, again, need to actually see the real impact on the American people when it comes to autos and mortgages on that.
Absolutely. And it just got so out of control. I mean, the spin out there was, this is not real. You're not feeling what you feel at the grocery store, or when you go to pay a check at dinner. Or when you go for goods and services and they're significantly higher than they were before. Listen, before the pandemic, things were hard, where people were struggling to be able to try to buy a home and do things that, combined would do the building blocks for them or give them the building blocks of the American dream. And now it's become that much harder. That's why I think some of the young people in this country have just all but given up, because they've said, I'm never going to get there. So I might as well go and on lavish trips and post my Instagram and do whatever it is that makes my heart happy, because what's the point of saving a buck if inflation is going to erode it, or the government's going to end up taking it from you? So that's one thing. Regarding the czars, I feel like Republican czars and Democrat czars are very different in how they view their jobs and their responsibilities. I think this is wonderful. If you're going to have somebody really go out there and look at the things that are impacting people's lives, some of them will be able to change quickly, more quickly than the others. But we've got to get back to a baseline where people can live again and not feel like they're constantly being squeezed. It also gets to this thing of like, why should I even work at a certain level of regarding what you're making? Because it's probably easier to not work and collect benefits and stay home. There's a tipping point there where you want to keep people aggressive and keep them out there and keep them hungry, and so that they're contributing to society as well. I just want this to work better than the previous border czar.
Well, that's a
If you
lot.
get what I mean.
If this is how better reporters are, we've got real problems. I'm kind of trying to figure out what the czar is going to do. I don't know if they know what the czar is going to do. I mean, do we really not know the 5 or 8 things that need to happen to bring prices down? We've been kind of talking about
I mean,
it, right?
Besson was the architect of the 3-3-3 plan,
Yeah,
to bring prices down.
You gotta cut taxes, you gotta cut regulation, you gotta pump oil. Like, we know these things. The issue is how fast can you do them? So I guess if we're gonna have a border czar, I want that person to like camp out in Congress and be the most annoying person on Capitol Hill ever, because they go to every Congress.
Nobody's.
I want them to annoy you so bad because they go to everybody's office like, are you getting this done today? Are you getting
No, look,
passed?
nobody's more annoying than a member of Congress. So don't think you're going to say
Maybe you should be the czar. You should be the czar because you've been there. You know how to be annoying.
I can be annoying. Yes, I've accomplished that.
I'm just
The
saying.
czar bar was set very low with Kamala Harris, I'll just say.
It was, but like stuff's got to get done. The czar can't be like, here's some good ideas. Czar's got to be like, here's how we move.
An effective
now.
czar, right?
Yeah, like who gets.
Lydia, weigh in.
Well, you know, I always try to approach things with optimism, and I wonder if creating a new office of an affordability czar, maybe it kind of gives us some space to talk about not just food on the table and a roof over our head, but also some real tangible things that people like in my demographic have to grapple with. The rising cost of childcare, saving for college education. These are types of categories that are big ticket expenses that are really hard to tackle because they're so multifaceted. So if we have one person who's an affordability czar that is really hearing from people that have to worry about, how am I going to pay for college for my kid when it's $100,000 a year? I mean, actually, that's the price tag of some schools right now, but even 10 or 15 years from now, how do we stop that? How do we get the federal government to stop driving up the price by bankrolling the loans? How do we get the cost of childcare down by not regulating it to death? I mean, I think we need someone to take a lead and really show us why these types of costs are really escalating.
Well said.
Like I said before, like I said on my last show on Friday, people are not paying attention to what the Federal Reserve did. They cut rates too much in 2024, and it was inflationary. The reason why is they were cutting rates when inflation was above 2% and unemployment was below 5%. So the inflation that we're seeing is through the bad policies of the Biden administration and the mistake that the Federal Reserve did. It did 2 mistakes. It didn't shock the system once they realized that inflation was taking hold, and they started cutting rates too early. And that's the big reason why you have inflation right now. Now, you have the tariff issue, but that's really not in the economy yet. It is affecting the stock market, but it's not in the real economy yet. So what's really happening for elevated prices is because of a bad administration, the Biden administration, and poor monetary policy by the Federal Reserve. They made 2 major mistakes. They didn't shock the system when they realized that they were behind the 8 ball in realizing that inflation was not transitory, and they started cutting rates too early in 2024. Too many cuts too early. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest. You need multivitamins and minerals as cofactors for enzymatic activity. So get this multivitamin, have the proper concentrations of the minerals and the vitamins that you need to have proper cellular processes through having cofactors for enzymatic activity. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this multivitamin. It's a very high quality multivitamin that's easy to digest. That's really important, especially when you get older. Now, I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have a dual purpose deodorant. That dual purpose is to help to detoxify your body, but you also use it as a deodorant every day. So it's a great way to get healthy. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It's for males and females. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. It's an extremely high quality deodorant. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a couple bars for your household. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get these deodorant bars that help to detoxify your body, help support my work, and help support Rainbow Herbals, and help support your health and wellness. All right, let's go to live now.
Potential, particularly in the Senate, to just grind the gears of government to a halt. They have things, it's like boring and procedural, but actually matters, called unanimous consent. They make agreements on time. So there's this thing called cloture where it has a certain number of hours. And in many cases, the Democrats are coming to an agreement with the Republicans to effectively get home earlier, to have a 3-day weekend. And many people that are unhappy with the Trump administration and those nominees say, like, why do that? You should work all through the weekend to express your opposition to what's happening and not just give a standard floor speech of, golly gee, I don't like this nominee. Everybody knows how everybody's going to vote, with the exception of a handful of people that are somewhat in the middle or perhaps are independent. So it's all just this exercise in futility.
So let's take a live look. We got a live shot of the Chicago skyline there, a foggy night in the Windy City. Your piece mentions Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois. He's a Democrat who has been in Congress for nearly 42 years. And he's important. He's the minority whip. That means he's the number 2 Democrat. Why is he a point of focus in the piece? Why Durbin?
Yeah, so I actually interviewed for my column a friend of mine, Meredith Shiner. We were colleagues at Roll Call. We've been friends for a long time. She was a Washington journalist, just as I was. She's now contributing to the New Republic. And she kind of jokes that she wrote in a rage because she was so angry at the Democrats that she wants Dick Durbin to retire. And she's sort of a little bit satirically, but perhaps a little real, said, well, maybe she should primary him just to force him to actively do something. She uses a bunch of different examples about him, being out of touch with his constituents in her home state of Illinois, where she currently lives, but also where she grew up, but also recognizing that he's been in Congress longer than the average age of a resident of the state of Illinois. And then arguing this point that he actually, as the number 2 Democrat, has had this power to really make it more difficult for the Republicans, to make it uncomfortable, to slow everything down, again, to like grind the gears of government to a halt instead of being conciliatory. And these are a lot of people that feel this way, Meredith and many others that I've talked to included. It all started with the inauguration. They didn't like seeing Senator Amy Klobuchar like telling jokes with the incoming president. They didn't want to see anybody working together. They sort of feel like that farce is gone now. And if Democrats really feel the way that they say they do in their ex posts and what they tell their constituents and what they write in a press release, then they shouldn't make any pretenses that they can get along or call somebody my good friend in the days that used to be in Washington. It reminds us of that, and that's just a totally different era.
So we saw Senator Bernie Sanders. Speaking of longtime senators, Senator Sanders was in Kenosha, Wisconsin today. He held what he calls a fighting oligarchy town hall. He still draws a crowd, by the way. Why might an 83-year-old Senator Sanders be giving a speech in a battleground state right now? Is the president's opposition testing some messaging?
All right, I'm going to shift over. I'm going to shift over to France 24. They're talking about Ukraine.
Offer US support with increased aerial bombardments and a renewed push on the ground.
With Russian airstrikes continuing to rain down on Ukraine, as Moscow claims more advances, the pressure for Kyiv to end the 3-year war is at boiling point. President Zelensky has confirmed Ukrainian negotiators will travel to Saudi Arabia next week for talks with US officials, and he's optimistic for dialogue.
We are preparing a meeting in Saudi Arabia. I'm confident that the meeting will be productive. We in Ukraine are committed to this. We will do our best to ensure that Ukrainian interests are taken into account in the right way.
Zelensky will also be present in the Gulf Kingdom for his pre-planned visit with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, though he will not be participating in the negotiations. The war is at a critical juncture for Kyiv after Donald Trump suspended crucial US military aid for Ukraine after his very public clash with Zelensky in the Oval Office last week. Trump has also defended Russia's relentless bombardment on Ukraine since the aid pause, calling it what anybody would do. The Saudi talks, though, show a step forward for Kyiv in repairing ties with Washington, with the US envoy saying Thursday the idea is to create a framework for a longer agreement.
I think that the president has said that there's a path back, and President Zelensky has demonstrated that he's intent on that good faith path back. He's apologized. He said he's grateful. He said that he wants to work towards peace.
Full peace talks remain a distant prospect, with Russia and Ukraine making starkly opposed demands. It's not the first time Saudi Arabia will host dialogue about the war in Ukraine. Last month saw preliminary.
Just to remind everybody, we're live streaming on YouTube and simulcasting on X Spaces. Please type in your comments or questions. Also, if you would like, you can go on X Spaces and talk live on the show, ask a question about what we're covering or your opinion about the news. I just want to mention a comment that was put on that I thought was kind of funny. GDI said that Sanders needs to just stick to trying to cook chicken better than Popeyes. But
the same sect of which the Assad family are members.
Reports indicate widespread massacres along the Syrian coast, with estimates of more than 740 dead. The real toll could exceed 1,000 Alawites killed.
All right, I'm gonna pivot back over to live now about Democrats needing to get rude.
Sport, specifically people who were born as biological men competing in women's sports. And this is an issue you've heard the Democrats talking about this week, saying like, well, that issue, women's sports, that's what's unfair. We want to protect people who are going through gender transition, or here in California, there are a lot of protections for trans individuals. And this is something that a lot of people on the left were really unhappy to see Newsom having this friendly conversation with someone they really don't like. Now, Charlie Kirk actually came to USC's campus on Monday, drew huge crowd of, he does his thing where he turns the mic over and lets people challenge him. And the concept of gender was one of the issues that one of our students challenged him on. And it was just interesting to hear his perspective. And in the end, like this debate is just one of those new flashpoint issues, wedge issues, whatever you want to call it, in an election where Newsom, don't forget, he was one of the most progressive Democrats in the country along those same lines as Bernie Sanders by issuing marriage licenses when he was the mayor of San Francisco in 2004. The National Democratic Party, that was my first presidential race I covered, John Kerry, they were furious with Newsom that he sort of brought this back onto the national stage at a time when the Bush administration and the Bush's campaign team was using this as an issue. And so that you're still kind of trying to reach a middle here or be in the center is surprising to people on the left. Is this podcast, going to make or break Newsom's political ambitions? No, there's people are really looking at what happens with the fires and rebuilding and policy, but also what this resistance to President, whether that's legislation, whether there's certain things he pulls back on. So it'll be interesting to watch his moves. He has really not moderated very much at all in his time as the leader of California.
And of course, we know how short voters' memories are, and decades basically from 2028. One more thing before we go, Christina. We asked the audience earlier in the evening for their questions about the future of the Democratic Party. Sharina from Ohio writing in, what do you see as the key strategies for the party to not just maintain but grow and energize its base in the years ahead? What do you say?
It's really simple. They need to actually represent the people instead of special interests. Either powerful money interests or just these very small niche interests like this transgender fluidity stuff. All right? They need to focus on the idea of God, country, and family. But they won't. They'll eat themselves. They're part of the negative soul root of Esau. And what's going to happen is their base will continue to decline and decline and decline. I mean, they can't even logically, how can they justify wasteful spending that Doge is finding? But yet they try, saying that Doge has no authority and, it's wrong to stop wasteful spending. I mean, all of these everything that's being found with Doge, the Democrats can't logically defend it, yet they try. The same thing, they can't logically defend their policies when it comes to Ukraine. Do they want to continue this never-ending war? That you want more people dead? You want this to escalate into World War III? But it's not just the Democrats with the Ukrainian. There's a war. It's also the neocons, right? That still have, quite a bit of power, right? But so that's not just a Democrat issue. But the point here is that they try to defend policies that you can't defend. And this is what I mean by them eating themselves. They're eating their tail. They try to defend it, but you can't. How can you really defend having a transitioned male to female to play in female sports, but yet destroys all the records in that sport, the performance records? That's not fair. How is that fair? How is that empowering women? No, it's these little niche things that they do that literally piss off people in the society, and they move away from the Democrats. So for them they need to align themselves with the average person, not these niches. But they've aligned themselves with niches, with a niche group. Another problem with the Democratic Party is they think that people will vote in blocks if you're a minority. If you're Black, they think that you should vote Democrat. Not based on policy, but because you're Black. They want you on the urban plantation to make sure that you vote Democrat. What about the lack of policing these inner cities properly and holding people accountable if they do a heinous crime like theft or murder or whatever? In New York, you know what? They're letting people off if they're minorities because we have a weak DEA. Not DEA, a weak DA, district attorney. But if you're a white, they'll go after you. So if you're Black or if you're Latino and you're a male, you have a better chance of getting off in New York. But if you do the same thing and you're white and you're a male, they're going to go after you. Is that equal justice? How can you defend that? But yet the Democrats are trying to defend that policy. This is what I mean. They position themselves in ways where they can't defend. How can they defend wasting taxpayer money on boondoggles overseas? How can they defend taxpayer money going to illegals, but not helping people in need from disasters in North Carolina or South Carolina or Florida or wherever? How could they defend those types of policies? So until they put on a common sense hat and align themselves with God, country, and family, they will never grow the base. All right. With that said, let me just plug 2 items here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This has a typical amino acid profile shown on the screen. You can take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Click the link in the description of this video and all my videos. Collagen is a multi-purpose supplement. All right. It's a powder. It has a big scoop. This is about 1 month's supply. You mix it with soft foods or with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk or a smoothie. It's up to you. Take it once a day. It will help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your muscles, your bones, your joints, your cartilage, your tendons, your ligaments. All right. So if you're taking collagen to help with your skin, take it and drink filtered water, about 32 to 64 ounces of filtered water, and take vitamin C to cross-link to improve your dermal layer. It'll also help with your hair and your nails. To improve your musculature, your bones, and your joints, your cartilage, what you want to do is take it every day and do resistance training. And that will strengthen your bones, your muscles, and your joints. All right. And this is the building block to help that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the collagen. I also have 2 boxes, anti-aging skincare boxes for skin care, beginners or advanced. And in the beginners, you get the collagen, the structural nano silver gel, and vitamin C. And you just drink filtered water with that. And guess what? You improve your dermal layer and your topical layer because of the gel. The advanced box has everything in the beginner's box, but you also get C60 and resveratrol, which helps the basal layer, which is the layer that produces new skin cells. So if you want to improve your skin by using the anti-aging boxes, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and pick up one of those skincare beginner or advanced boxes. It's at a discount. All the boxes, anti-aging or longevity boxes, are built in to have a discount compared to purchasing the items individually. And you can use discount 5 on top of that, you get $5 off. So please go to my store, get the collagen, take this every day to improve your skin, improve your bones and your joints. Really important. Now, like I said, with the structural nanosilver gel, you can use it with the collagen to help improve your skin, but it's a dual purpose product and you can use it for multiple reasons. So you can put it on your skin. Best way would be put it on your skin before you go to bed, and then when you wake up, exfoliate, and then you'll notice that your skin's improving at the topical layer. But you can also heal cuts, abrasions, minor burns, acne. So you apply it and it'll heal. How does it work? It keeps the wound clean, and by keeping the wound clean and protected, it will heal faster. Now, structural nanosilver gel can be also used if you are sick or if someone is sick around you. Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils, and it'll stay active for 5.5 hours. You can use it as an aftershave. Guys, after you shave, put it on your face and it'll soothe that shave. Now, women, if you're shaving your legs, you can put it on your legs after you shave and it will reduce the razor burn. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can get it in the tube version or in the dispenser version. But have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. And like I said, if someone around you isn't feeling so well, take it right away and it'll mitigate the problem. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's pretty powerful stuff. And like I said, in the anti-aging skincare beginners and advanced box, you get the collagen and the gel together. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. I don't want to play that. All right, I think they're talking about the Pope here, so let's see about that.
Works in some of his papal duties and physical therapy, but still it's far too soon for doctors to get a detailed prognosis for the pontiff.
Saturday marks the 23rd day Pope Francis has been hospitalized in Rome's Gemelli Hospital, undergoing treatment for double pneumonia. Friday night, supporters of Pope Francis marched through downtown Buenos Aires, holding candles to pray for the ailing pontiff's recovery.
We are lighting candles, praying for the Pope's health and renewing our commitment to promote his teachings.
Doctors say the 88-year-old is in stable condition with no new respiratory crises or fever, though his prognosis remains guarded. His hospitalization prompting thousands of faithful worldwide to pray for his recovery, especially in his home country of Argentina.
The Pope has to recover so that we can have peace in this world, because he is the best Pope.
Francis, who has led the Catholic Church since 2013, made his first public comments this week since being hospitalized. An audio message recorded from his hospital room playing in St. Peter's Square during the nightly recitation of the Rosary, thanking people for their prayers.
The Vatican has confirmed that Senior Cardinal Michael Czerny will stand in for Pope Francis and lead the first.
So just to comment about someone that commented in the text message area of my YouTube. My recommendation is take a look at the anti-Fauci boxes that I have on my store, you know, for your situation. And it's really important to, you know, pay attention to that protocol that I've been mentioning. All right. So one thing that you should be taking every day is max 14 or max 35. Take a teaspoon or a tablespoon if you're not feeling well a day. But as a maintenance, take a teaspoon. I take a teaspoon, swish it in your mouth, gargle, and gargle 20 seconds or so and then swallow. That's going to improve your innate immune system, all right, and your oral pharynx, which is really important. Now, if you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, and then go back down to your maintenance dose. Take the max 14 or the max 35. Another thing that you should be taking is use that structural nanosilver gel. Put it on your hands every day. Put it around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. That's really important. Other things to take are the turmeric and the ashwagandha to bring down inflammation. All right. Omega-3. All right. That's going to help with lowering your LDL levels, but also prevents the red blood cells from clotting. That's really important. Minatokinase helps to stop the fiber, it stops the clotting. So that's fibrinolytic. So that'll break up the clots. The digestive enzyme complex that I have, that has bromelain in it. And bromelain also helps to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. But in the digestive enzyme complex, I also have it's proteolytic. So it'll break up those glycoproteins. So GDI, you really should pay attention to what's in those boxes, the anti-Fauci boxes. So there's ways to mitigate this, but you need to pay attention and guard yourself. All right. But again, like I've been saying, it's about neutralization. It's about lowering that inflammatory response and making sure that you're helping your vascular system the best you can by reducing the inflammation, reducing clot formation, breaking up those clots, taking things that are like fibrinolytic, bringing down that inflammation with the ashwagandha and the turmeric and the lignans. It's very important. So take a look at some of the boxes that I have, especially under the title Anti-Fauci. So with that, let's continue on with Live Now.
The levels of that 241, 250% in many years with Canada. And this is probably also likely due to policies that Canada has enacted to protect its own domestic dairy industry. So it may feel exorbitant, but it probably hasn't really impacted businesses in the US in many years due to a variety of factors.
Let's talk about steel and aluminum. What's an example of something that might be affected by the steel and aluminum tariff that is still expected to go ahead on March 12th?
Well, I think we're still trying to figure out what what that might be, although I would say at a minimum, packaging for a lot of products, in addition to your heavy industries, manufacturing, machinery, auto. While the auto industry has been given exemption, there are probably many other industries where those materials are a component that are used in industry, everything from beverage cans, fruits and vegetables that are delivered in aluminum cans as well.
Other things that you want to consider that are in those boxes I was telling you is the magnesium and zinc. That's going to help with your immune system. The C60, which is going to help with soaking up those free radicals, because if you have too much stress on the cell, you have less energy, and that doesn't bode well with the immune system. So you want to take C60 to soak up those free radicals and boost up that energy level. And of course, zinc is really important for your immune system. And vitamin D3 helps with getting cells into apoptosis that have been infected. So please take that too. So there's a protocol there, and it's in those boxes that I mentioned. For the ones that don't know, I know GDI knows this, but you got to be vigilant. Again, there's no panacea. Nothing's guaranteed, right? But the thing is that you can put the odds in your favor to weather the storm. Okay, you just got to trust me on this. Right? It's about soaking up those free radicals, neutralizing, improving your immune system, boosting that ATP up, right? Bringing down that inflammation and letting your immune system to heal through this. All right. But that's assuming when you have contracted. Now, if you haven't contracted, then just a boosted up immune system will increase the odds of being able to fight through it. But after contracting, you have to nurse your body slowly back to health. Really important. Also, NEC, that's on my store. I take it as part of my stack. NEC helps with lung health, so that's important to take too. So just pay attention, nurse yourself through this. You can do that. All right. Where do I want to go? All right. Live now is going on commercial break. I'm probably going to go to Republicans begin to turn on Trump over Ukraine betrayal. This is Times Radio. They usually go against Trump. So let's just dive in here and see what they have to say.
And there's been a logic to a lot of what he has done, and he's had a lot of support from his senators and his administration on his course of action trying to get people to the negotiating table. I think that is starting to fragment because of the pause to assistance and particularly intelligence sharing. He's had a lot of criticism from quite a number of Republican senators.
This time last week, you will remember that we had the shocking showdown between Presidents Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office. That evident rift between the leaders was widened on Monday night when Donald Trump paused the shipments of military equipment to Ukraine, which was in turn followed up on Wednesday with confirmation that the US had paused intelligence sharing with Kyiv. Yesterday, Donald Trump's Ukraine envoy, General Keith Kellogg, was asked to explain why they'd taken these measures.
The best way I can describe it is sort of like hitting a mule with a 2x4 across the nose. You got their attention. And it is significant, obviously, because of the support that we give. Okay, but it's one way to get your attention to do it. But it's a pause. It's not an end, and it's then up to them to do it. And I know that the allied partners that has anything to do with U.S. support as well are kind of opposed as well. So anytime as a military person, anytime you displace assets, primarily from the intelligence community, it's pretty significant.
Well, President Zelensky posted on X on Monday saying last week's meeting had been regrettable. And in the last hour, speaking from the Oval Office, Donald Trump said this when he was asked if Russia was taking advantage of the US pause in intelligence support for Ukraine.
I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now. He wants to get it ended, and I think Ukraine wants to get it ended, but I don't see it's crazy. They're taking tremendous punishment. I don't quite get it, but I suspect, Michael, he probably wants to get it ended.
Well, officials from both sides are due to take part in talks in Saudi Arabia next week. Hard to know where to begin. Penny, let me begin with you, because we had that post on Truth Social, which Donald Trump was talking about sanctions on Russia. He didn't really follow through on that in the Oval Office. He started talking about how, he trusted Putin, wanted peace. He understood why Putin was doing what he was doing. So he didn't really sort of follow up on that as perhaps Ukraine might have wanted him to. But where are we in the world order and in Trump's world order?
Well, it's very brave of you, Kathy, to tune into the Oval Office, having had what happened last week. Look, I think
I was getting a bit of PTSD. I don't know about you.
Look, I think a lot of people have sort of kept faith with the president. There's been a logic to a lot of what he has done, and he's had a lot of support from his senators and his administration on his course of action, trying to get people to the negotiating table. I think that is starting to fragment because of the pause to assistance and particularly intelligence sharing. He's had a lot of criticism from quite a number of Republican senators, including Lindsey Graham, who was, after last week's incident in the Oval Office, extremely supportive and loyal of the president. But even he has said that he has concerns around this. And Russia are exploiting this. I mean, in the last 24 hours, we've had really an escalation of attacks on Odessa port, on energy infrastructure. Civilians have been killed, including a number of children. And it seems that, unsurprisingly, Putin is really exploiting this additional vulnerability that the Ukrainians have. The onus now is on the president. He has got everything he wants. He's got everyone where he wants them. He now has to come up with the goods and bring Russia to the negotiating table. But we seem a long way off a ceasefire or prisoners being returned or all those many, many children who...
Now, just to inform GDI, I'm noticing a lot of people in New York, especially ones that are working in healthcare, coming home on the MTA with masks on, right? That's becoming more prevalent now. Now, the average population that's not in healthcare, you have maybe in each train car, maybe one or two individuals in a non-rush hour situation, maybe two or three in a non-rush hour situation. But most healthcare workers, because you know who's a healthcare worker because they're wearing their scrubs. Almost all of them are wearing masks. Almost all of them.
It's monstrous what is taking place.
George Fuchs.
I think Benny's a little more optimistic than I am. President Trump changed his mind from one day to the next a week or so ago. Now he's changing his mind within a day on tariffs. They're on at the beginning of the day and off at the end of the day as far as Canada and Mexico is concerned. And I thought he couldn't be Trump, as it were. You couldn't Trump with outlandish statements until J.D. Vance then spoke about some random country who haven't fought wars for 20 or 30 years, and meaning either France or the United Kingdom. When we and all the other countries went to their aid under Section 5 of the NATO treaty after 9/11, and 457 British people were killed fighting this in Afghanistan in support of the Americans. It is really outrageous, the things that they are saying and doing. And all that I am really grateful for is that we have a really impressive Prime Minister at the moment with Keir Starmer. Imagine if it had been Boris Johnson or Liz Truss in charge, the chaos that it would have been over the last few weeks.
Penny, do you agree that Keir Starmer's doing a good job?
So look, I think on the talk softly, carry a big stick test, on the talk softly, the Prime Minister's doing really well. I think he's had some really good diplomatic triumphs. And I think that the summit at the weekend was excellent in terms of moving Europe into the right place to step up on defence. Where I want to see more is on the big stick. And he has announced some more defence spending, but we have to do a lot more. We really do need an emergency defence preparation programme. George Robertson will shortly come forward with his defence review. I'm quite sure it will look at many of these issues, but we have to find at least an extra 20 billion. And that sounds a tall order. We're carrying a lot of debt. Our public services are still recovering from the legacy of the pandemic, but we have to find it, because if we do not, we will not be able to mount the kind of show of force that is going to deter Putin from future action.
But we are finding it, and we're not finding it at the moment out of taxpayers' money. We're finding it out of frozen Russian assets, and particularly on the interest on that.
Well, George, I want to come on to that in just a bit. I do want to sort of segue into what's happening in Europe, because this breakdown in relations across the Atlantic has made the efforts to find a European response all the more urgent. So on Sunday, Keir Starmer hosted a summit of European leaders in London, where he announced plans to provide troops on the ground in Ukraine after the war ends.
We will go further to develop a coalition of the willing to defend a deal in Ukraine and to guarantee the peace.
Earlier in the week, Friedrich Merz, who's expected to become the next German Chancellor, announced he'd do whatever it took to defend Europe, lifting the constitutional debt brake, which has previously limited the federal deficit. And European leaders met in Brussels yesterday, agreeing to significantly increase defence spending. George, were you encouraged by what you heard there, or is it, again, an instance where they're talking big, the EU and the UK indeed, but the action isn't there to underpin it? And won't be for several years.
It is there, and I was really encouraged. I mean, it's remarkable that this has united Europe in a way that I never expected, and it was really encouraging. We've seen Norway agree to double the amount of money they're spending. We've seen Turkey saying, we want to get in on the act, we want to be involved. And all 27 countries of the European Union yesterday agreed, including Hungary and Slovakia, which surprised me that they came in on it. And that was very, very effective. The other thing is, we're hearing now that the United States are withdrawing their intelligence help. French intelligence are still helping them, and also British intelligence. I was on the Intelligence and Security Committee for a number of years, and it's my view that GCHQ is now better than its American equivalent.
Well, it hasn't done much good over the last 24 hours, though, has it? Maybe not intelligent enough.
Well, it hasn't been able to do all the things that we might have done in terms of warning the Ukrainians, and we need to get mobilized to do that. But of course, that hasn't been the case. Unfortunately, the Russians are pounding Ukraine, which is really astonishing when you think about it. It's very worrying, the position of Donald Trump. You know, there are a lot of suggestions that he's an agent of the Russians with this codename Krasnov, and there are a lot of evidence to a lot of back stories to support that. Now, I don't know if it is the case.
Well, people, I mean,
very, very worried.
People suggest he's an unofficial Russian asset. I don't think people are seriously thinking the Russians are running the US president.
Well, you know, compromat is a great tool of the Russians, and they've invoked it on a number of people in the past. And I wouldn't be surprised. There are stories. I don't know the truth, but there are stories about it.
All right, Penny, what do you think about what George was saying there about the EU talking big, but actually underpinning it with action for the first time?
Well, look, I have been encouraged by a lot of what I've heard coming out of Europe. I was very struck by Macron's comments regarding extending the nuclear deterrent to protect other European nations. That is highly significant. And they are talking about now the kinds of levels of money that are going to be required, but also critically working together to spend it well. I mean, I still hope that there is a route back into procurement for the US. I think we are stronger together. But if that is not the case, then Europe has been very clear it will stand on its own. So that is good. But we do need to keep this sustained action, and Britain does need to do our bit too. I mean, I say to George, I give full credit both to the Prime Minister and also to the Defence Secretary, John Healey. I think are doing a very, very good job. But we've got to be frank about what we need to spend in the UK. And it is that additional 20 billion upwards. That's what NATO says needs to be done. And we've got to do it. And the Chancellor's got a big challenge to do that. But if she doesn't do it now, the price we will have to pay in a few years' time will be unbearable. And it will be, I'm afraid, in blood as well as treasure.
But if we're making a party political point, Penny, but
Briefly, if you would, George.
Last time we were at 2.5% with the Labour government, and it was the 14 years of the Tories that cut it and cut it. And I'm glad
You'll have to allow me, Cassie, to come briefly. George, that the size of the black hole, according to Rusi, in the defence budget when we came in 2010, was 71 billion. So I think some pairs going on here.
I find it ironic, all right, that you have Bernie Sanders, at the podium, it says fake oligarchy, but he's like a super socialist. Everyone knows that, all right? If you got the Bernie burn, you know, that you're a socialist. But the thing is that he flirts with communism. Communism can only happen with an oligarchy. It doesn't work without one. And he's trying to fight oligarchy in the United States. But yet he's really promoting communism or extreme socialism. And with that top-down government, that leads to an oligarchy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the turmeric. This will bring down inflammation and also soak up free radicals. Really important for your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Ashwagandha root will bring down cortisol levels and help you to control your blood glucose levels. Great if you're diabetic. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This will help to bring down that inflammation because of high cortisol levels or high glucose levels. And lignans. Lignans is a powder you take with soft foods or with filtered water. It helps your endocrine system and also your immune system. It brings down inflammation and soaks up free radicals. If you stack these together, it's a very powerful stack to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular health. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. So with the lignans, the turmeric, and the ashwagandha, stack them together, use discount 5, and this is a dual purpose stack. Helps your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And oh, by the way, lignans helps your endocrine system too. So it's a triple. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5 and get $5 off. All right. With that said, let's take a look at other news that's popping up. All right, this is MSNBC. Ex-CIA director predicts chilling effects of Trump's move to... All right, let's see what happens here.
NBC News reports Donald Trump is considering a major shift on NATO policy. It's a shocker. Not defending NATO countries that are attacked if they fail to meet defense spending targets. This is something he said before. Also this week, Trump stopped sharing U.S. intelligence with Ukraine and blocked military assistance to the country. Here is the president yesterday defending Vladimir Putin.
President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
You know, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine. I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards.
Joining us now is former CIA Director John Brennan. He's an MSNBC national security and intelligence analyst.
The fact is, they do have the cards, and
you know what, John Brennan, amazing.
That's probably the thing in this Director Brennan that is the most offensive, because how do you know they have the cards? Because it's 3 years and Russia still doesn't own them. Russia still has not taken Kyiv. Russia still is trying to figure out strategically.
Both sides are exhausted. And not just that, the United States taxpayer doesn't want to fund it anymore. So it has nothing to do with cards. Both sides are exhausted. But I would say that if the United States didn't support Ukraine militarily with intelligence and materiel, most likely Russia would advance.
To do it, and now they found the useful idiot to help them in the Oval Office, who's going to parrot that crazy and do what we saw happen to Zelensky.
Let me get this straight. So you're saying that this clown on MSNBC, who thinks he's an intellectual, but he's a pseudo-intellectual, all right? Not a quasi-intellectual, a pseudo-intellectual, which is different. Look up the definition of pseudo. And this pseudo-intellectual, but tries to present himself as an intellectual, is saying that Trump is the useful idiot. Where was he during Biden? Biden had literally no brain. I mean, he had cognitive dysfunction. I mean, literally. Now, look up the definition of idiot. Now, who is the idiot in the White House? Biden or Trump? Come on. The pseudo-intellectual with a pocket square. Wearing a turtleneck.
What is it that our allies need to do at this point to do the workaround? Because you and I know, I've done a little work in this, so you really done work in this space. You know, everybody's got, okay, let's turn the page, let's go to, plan Z.
We know what they got.
We know, right. So what do the allies do right now? We're starting to begin to see some of that in the rhetoric that's happening. We had, a couple of members of the European Parliament expressing a different tone and direction. How do you see this playing out right now?
Well, what's tragic, Michael, is that Donald Trump is taking away Ukraine's cards. Over the last 3 years, Ukraine has been able to withstand a much larger military, the invasion of Russia, because of U.S. weapon systems, U.S. logistics support, technical systems, and intelligence. And intelligence has been the lifeblood that has allowed the Ukrainians to understand exactly what the Russians are bringing after them. So the Europeans now recognize that U.S. reliability as an ally and support for Ukraine is vastly eroding. And so therefore, they're trying to step up. Now, they don't have the same type of capabilities that we have, either in terms of weapons production or intelligence capabilities. But what I'm pleased by is that I see the European leaders are galvanizing themselves and their countries in order to lend the support that they can, stepping up economic assistance, military support, and they're talking also about providing military troops that could be inside of Ukraine under some type of arrangement, whether it be a ceasefire or whatever else. So I think the European countries are on the front lines. They recognize that Ukraine has been doing all this fighting on their behalf and on our behalf over the last 3 years, and they're not going to allow the Ukrainians just to fold. Right. They're going to do everything possible because there are still memories of what happened during World War II with Hitler's Germany, Nazism, and how the Russians and the Soviets before them have put such pressure on Europe. And so I think they're in this for the long game.
Well, and Director Brennan, I think sometimes when we talk about what is happening in Ukraine, there are those who think that that only has implications for Ukraine. There are, of course, implications for our national security based on what the president said in the Oval Office. This reporting from NBC. Our allies are weighing the move to stop sharing intel with the United States because of concerns about safeguarding foreign assets whose identities could inadvertently be revealed, said the sources, who included 2 foreign officials. If our allies share less intel with the United States, what does that mean for America's national security?
Well, that's exactly right, Alicia. Intelligence sharing is a two-way street with all the countries around the world. The United States intelligence community is, without doubt, the strongest, the most powerful, the most pervasive intelligence community in the world. But our strength really relies on the ability of other countries to collect intelligence and provide it to us. And they've been willing to do that over the years. We can't be every place all the time. But a lot of these intelligence services have the presence in places where we don't. And so we rely on that. And what Donald Trump is doing now, by starving the Ukrainians on the intelligence front, and also, I think, demonstrating some recklessness, obviously, on national security, it's really raising questions.
It's amazing how the words he uses. Trump's starving the Ukrainians, but yet Biden must have been supporting the Ukrainians and not escalating a war. Giving intelligence so Ukrainians could take Kursk. You know what? The United in the reality of this, the United States fed the war. That's the reality.
About whether or not they can trust providing their sensitive intelligence, human source intelligence, technical collection capabilities, and other things to the United States, especially since Trump is cozying up to Vladimir Putin. Who knows what the Trump administration might do in terms of providing insight.
Brenner, maybe having an ally for a 2-front war or a 3-front war against the CCP would be better than constantly focusing on a Cold War strategy in the European theater. What do you think?
To the Russians about what intelligence capabilities Western nations have.
Didn't someone from Donald Trump's administration within the last week and a half meet alone with Putin? Like, they had a meeting where it was just him.
Yeah, it was for you, it was like a 3-hour meeting.
It was a 3-hour meeting with no one else. Director Brennan,
Wait, can I just layer in someone? They had that meeting, and then they also had a meeting, some Trump allies, secret talks with Zelensky's Ukrainian opponents. So they are working both sides of this thing. Sorry, Simone, back to you.
No, you're right. I mean, Director Brennan, I feel like this is just, this coupled with what Alicia was just saying about the intelligence concerns that some of our allies have, to me it feels like that the rest of the world is now waking up to the fact that perhaps we need to do things a little bit differently. Just like here domestically, we've been saying that this is not business as usual. It's not Donald Trump's first administration. People have to be willing to take a different tact. It seems like the rest of the world needs to arrive there much quicker and get a plan, because what we are seeing from the Trump administration is like, why are we in a 3-hour meeting with Vladimir Putin with no actual experts? Why are you meeting with Zelensky's quote unquote opposition when literally the country is under siege? Like, I don't know.
I think the rest of the world recognizes that Donald Trump is cutting deals and cutting them out of these deals. The fact that he had his officials meeting with Russian officials in Saudi Arabia about Ukraine without Ukrainian officials present is absurd. It absolutely is absurd. He did the same thing in his first administration in terms of engaging in conversations and negotiations about Afghanistan without Afghan officials present. He had his long meeting with Vladimir Putin during his first administration in Helsinki and cut out all of his officials as well. He wants to do these things privately because I think we cannot really trust what it is that he's doing and saying. And therefore, I think a lot of our partners and allies traditionally who have relied on the United States, who have trusted the United States, no longer have that trust and no longer can rely on us to do what is right, not just for the United States, but also for this Western alliance that really has been so critically important to our national security since World War II, as well as to the rest of the Western world.
So, Director, let's bring it a little bit closer to a backyard you're very familiar with because you ran the CIA and you have headlines right now that are showing exactly the level of disruption that's occurring there. CIA starts firing recently hired officers inside U.S. spy agencies. Workers fear a cataclysmic Trump cull. A sensitive complex housing of CIA facility was on GSA's list of U.S. properties for sale. You had a federal judge ruling last week the CIA director could fire any employee if it is deemed to be in the national interest, but current and former officials told the Washington Post that type of firing is disruptive to the work and to the very thing you were just talking about, the gathering of intelligence and information so that our government can be better positioned to deal with the threats and the harm, that we can be of assistance to our allies as they also deal with those threats and harms. It seems to me the threat and the harm is in the House. It's the current administration that wants to dismantle the very tool and instruments that you once controlled in helping the American people stay safe.
And there's so many different concerns here. One is the concern that secure facilities, as well as identities of CIA officers, may be compromised because of the careless and reckless actions that the Trump administration has taken, whether it's putting first names in a classified email or uncovering secure facilities. Secondly, a lot of our intelligence professionals really rely on those relationships that we have around the world with liaison services. And now I'm sure they are feeling that there is not the same type of interaction and trust that they're getting. So they're being deprived of the intelligence that we rely on. And thirdly, when they start to sack and to fire individuals who are coming in or in the probationary period, these are individuals that have been identified because they have the critical skills that we need to fill the gaps. And the people that are coming into the agency are the ones who have the latest technical skills, the latest insights into what's going around the world. They have the languages, the diversity, all of those things, the traits that we want in intelligence professionals. So again, what we see happening in the Department of Justice, in FBI, and in CIA and other places is a curtailment of the resources that we really need in order to keep this country strong and safe. And so I think it's just going in a bad direction, and unfortunately, concern's going to get worse.
Director, but I want to pick up on that last point about recruitment and about some of these folks being let go. Someone described it as a baseball team firing all of their minor league players, given the investment, the sort of talent that has been identified. Who do they replace them with?
That's a good question. It sounds like they're not going to replace
Don't replace them. Yeah.
And that analogy is exactly right. This is the farm system. These are the
Well, you know, the thing is that the government is too damn big. And I come from the perspective that almost every single war was caused by the CIA. Since the CIA's inception.
In, you want to prepare them for all of the challenges they're going to face in the future. And so the first 2 or 4 years of an agency officer's career is spent on the training, on familiarizing them with the types of disciplines that they're going to be involved in and the different types of intelligence challenges that they're going to face.
Some of the disciplines like, erode the Constitution, don't worry about, going after political enemies, the agency and the national security state is above we the people, that kind of stuff. The proper inculcation. This guy is a fucking traitor.
You invest a lot in that. And so if you're going to be firing those probationary employees, you are setting yourself back from the standpoint of not being able to deal with the challenges of the future. So again, it is
or maybe you're shrinking the national security state so we don't spend too much money and we don't get into foreign wars that we shouldn't be getting into. It was the CIA that said there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Where were they? It never was found. Either their intelligence collection and analysis is just faulty, or they use their intelligence and collection methods to create a narrative to create a war. Or sometimes it's so bad with their analysis that they lead us into a war and they wanted to do something totally different. The problem is that we have too large of a national security state and needs to get truncated. And that's exactly what Trump is doing. One, we don't have the money. And two, why do we have an agency like the CIA that's so big? Truman said that if you give too much power to the CIA, you're going to create a Gestapo. That sure as hell looks like what we got since post 9/11.
To what it is that the agency has tried to do over the last 75 plus years, which is to groom these individuals in order that they can, in fact, meet the challenges that this country faces.
Okay, so it's 75 years of this horse shit, and did they really make us safer? Did they really stop unnecessary wars? Hell, the drug trafficking that's going over the border from South America into the United States, that was curated by the CIA as black ops to fund their operations.
Always, sir, thank you for being with us.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Instead of having a heart attack, improve your cardiovascular health and your bone health with the stack I'm going to talk to you about. So vitamin D3 helps to absorb calcium. It also helps with gene expression. It's a gene expression cofactor, really important for your cells. And D3 helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, especially if they're infected. That's why it's so important to take vitamin D all the time. You can also take vitamin D at higher doses through a protocol that actually reduces osteoarthritis. So vitamin D can be stacked with K2 MK7 molecule, which I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Stack these together. This is great for cardiovascular health. Why? Because what it's going to do is it's going to help pull out that calcium that's surrounding plaque formation, but also it reduces the calcium buildup around plaque. Now, if you do resistance training and you take calcium supplements or drink milk like I do, and you're doing that resistance training, you're actually building better bone density. Really important. And I have this protocol that if you follow, and I should do a video about it, that if you take higher doses of D3 and you take the K2 with it, with light resistance training on a joint that has osteoarthritis, over time, within 7 to 9 months, you can reduce the osteoarthritis. I used to have osteoarthritis because I used to do triathlons when I was in my 20s and 30s, and I completely healed from that osteoarthritis by doing this protocol. This protocol that I learned from Dr. Group, he was helping individuals that were athletes, tennis athletes, and football players that had osteoarthritis from their sport, and it healed. There is a certain way to do it. You got to be careful the way you do it. I'll do a video about it. I did it, and guess what? It worked. But taking D3 and K2 together with calcium and doing resistance training will help build up better bones. Now, to also stack nattokinase to supercharge the cardiovascular benefits of this stack is nattokinase is a fibrinolytic. So it's going to break up clots. That's really important. And it helps with your total cholesterol. It brings down LDL levels and helps to increase your HDL levels. So when you do that with this stack, you're helping your cardiovascular health. A lot of people don't realize that if you have a lot of blockage, especially when you get older, you're creating a turbulence in the blood flow that will lead to clot formation. You want to stop that, right? You stop that by shrinking the plaque over time, by taking my longevity cardiovascular box, and also taking supplements that are fibrinolytic. And that's the nattokinase and the bromelain that's in my digestive enzyme complex. By doing that, you're reducing clot formation. Also, taking omega-3 is really important because that's going to help you. What it does is it prevents the red blood cells from sticking too much, creating a clot. So there's lots of ways to do this, but this is a great stack. It's a dual purpose stack. All right. You're improving your cardiovascular health, but you're also improving your bone density. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin D, the K2, and the natto kinase, and improve your health. Help support my work. It's a double win here. You win by improving your health, and you're helping support these live streams that I'm doing for free. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and get $5 off. And if you want to get the longevity cardiovascular box, that box is designed to be less in price compared to buying all the different supplements separately. So it behooves you to actually get that cardiovascular box. It's cheaper. Plus, you can use discount 5 and get $5 off. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Bernie's still talking about fighting oligarchies, even though he's promoting communism, and communism doesn't work unless you have an oligarchy. Let's see here. GBH News. No, I don't want to do that. Today's a little slow with the news day, which is kind of surprising. Oh, let's go to RT. Let's go to RT.
But generally 4 week modules, and in between all that.
Let's go to RT here. We haven't played RT in a while.
If the peace agreement somehow, is not kept by all the sides, and of course, this was completely unacceptable for the Trump White House.
Now, John Mearsheimer, one of the most prominent American policy scholars, whom you know very well, suggested in one of his recent interviews that the Ukrainians were essentially trying to buy the US's military commitment and presence in Ukraine with 500 billion worth of rare earth minerals. And he said that Article 4 of that mineral deal provided for both common protection of critical resources as an indirect way of tying the Americans to Ukraine, and Trump didn't want to be entangled in such a way. What's your take on it? Do you find it plausible?
Well, I think that the Trump administration made it very clear that they want money from Ukraine. They want this hypothetical $500 billion for the military aid which had been already provided. Not for the future military aid, and of course not for any sorts of commitments that Ukrainians want from the United States. You know, the Trump administration wants to avoid commitments in terms of military support of Ukraine, in terms of security guarantees to the future. I think Trump is very clear that this is the job for the Europeans somehow to handle. He doesn't want to tie the United States to Ukraine in the military sense, and he doesn't want to take any obligations which would A, disrupt the peace which Trump wants, and B, risk direct military clash between the United States and Russia, which Trump obviously wants to avoid.
Now, a popular take here in Russia is that it was a sort of neo-colonial deal designed by the Americans to extract Ukraine's mineral resources. But if Professor Mearsheimer is right, and that Zelensky was essentially trying to coax Trump into committing to defending Ukraine, wouldn't that be pretty brazen? I mean, wouldn't that mean that Zelensky is trying to beat Trump at his own game?
Absolutely. You know, Zelensky wanted to be more Trump than Trump himself. You know, first because actually there are strong doubts that Zelensky has those mineral resources. You know, most likely Zelensky wanted to trade air to the Trump administration, nothing in exchange for clear commitment of the United States in terms of defending.
Some shows on RT, you do see the Russian propaganda. This is one of them. Other shows on RT, it's pretty almost even keel. I mean, it's, you know, but this is definitely one that has that feel of Russian propaganda. But not all shows on RT is like that.
Americans in under false pretexts. I mean, I don't understand what Zelensky was counting on, because the main premise for this conflict, and Russia made it very clear, is to prevent the American presence in Ukraine. That was the reason why the Kremlin launched this operation. What do you think the calculation was, that the Kremlin would say, okay, just because it's Donald Trump, we are going to roll out the red carpet for the American troops? I mean, what was he counting on?
Well, I think Zelensky was counting on continuation of the war. You know, of course, it is absolutely clear that for Russia, any military presence, any Western military presence in Ukraine is unacceptable, be it American or European. But precisely for this reason, Zelensky wanted the commitment of American troops, and now he wants the commitment of the European troops, because Zelensky understands that his stay in power is depending on the continuation of the war. As soon as the war ends, Zelensky will be out. He wants to avoid that, despite the fact that indefinite continuation of the war inevitably results into the ultimate destruction and defeat of Ukraine. For Zelensky, in the meantime, continuation of the war is the means for his own personal, political, and physical survival, and he wants to prolong it as long as possible.
Now, much has been already said about the Ukrainian leadership's ability to assess basic reality and its own relative place in it. Do you think this very public spat in the Oval Office is likely to sober Zelensky's ambitions a bit, or is it even possible at this point of time?
Well, it's hard to answer this question because Zelensky is not sober, right? We all know that he is a drug user, right? And this distorts mind and psychology. However, the episode in the White House was really very striking in terms of how realities changed, because Zelensky was used to be handled like the new Churchill, you know, like David against Goliath, right? The representative of the frontline country of the free world fighting against the global evil, and he was presented like that for 3 years by the West, and now instead he is treated like an illegitimate, adventurous leader who demands something without strong cards in his hands, as Trump put it, risking the United States into the World War III, right? And so he was put into the reality. Of course, that's a shocking news for Zelensky. He tried to compensate it by the Europeans, and psychologically, I think Europeans helped him a bit, but not profoundly, because Europeans cannot afford also to side fully with Zelensky against the United States. So they also convinced him, you know, to show some flexibility vis-a-vis the United States.
Now, you mentioned psychology, and I think Ukraine is a very vivid example of a nation living in a make-believe world, or to put it differently, a nation having a collective psychotic outbreak. And you can see that not only in the boorish behavior of its leadership, but also in how its intelligence services or military services are operating, in the hype that is still maintained in the media. Do you see Zelensky as the crux of the problem here, or is he just the tip of the iceberg? And if he alters his posture, or even if he leaves office, do you think it's likely to change the way Ukraine projects itself as a nation vis-a-vis Russia or its other partners in Europe and America and around the world?
Well, you're absolutely right. Ukraine lives in a bubble. But Zelensky is a very symbolic representative of this bubble. You know, if Zelensky collapses personally, then it will be the beginning of the collapse of the bubble in general. Yes, of course, you know, he is the peak of the iceberg. And the society which lives under strong propaganda, under no freedom of speech, in conditions of censorship and persecution of political rivals and so on and so forth, controllability of all the aspects of political life, no elections and so on and so forth. Of course, this is a zombie country. But the collapse of the symbol of this zombie country, namely President or Zelensky, will be the beginning of a gradual transformation, which will be shocking for the Ukrainian society, as was 1945 shocking for German. For the German nation, right? They were also, they were living under similar conditions up until May 1945, believing into the ultimate victory of Führer, up until the very end, but then eventually all collapsed. So, I think that Ukrainians, the Ukrainian society is heading towards a similar future.
But Dmitry, this zombie country, as you put it, is right on our border, and many of us do have relatives in that country. You cannot cut the personal ties completely, and that's a pretty serious question for Russia. How it should not necessarily even build its relationship with Ukraine, but deal with Ukraine in a state that it is right now, regardless of whether there is any peace deal, produced by Donald Trump or not. What's your answer to that?
Well, I think that this is precisely why Russia and the Russian government is so much talking about the rights of the Russian speaking, the rights of the Russian language, and restoration of normal conditions in Ukraine. Russia is concerned not just about the military aspects of security, not just about neutral status of Ukraine, not just about demilitarization and the limits on the Ukrainian military relations with the Western countries, not just non-deployment of troops, but also certain normalization of domestic life in Ukraine, because indeed Ukrainians remain our brother country, our brother nation, with innumerable number of intersocietal links. Right, relative links, you're absolutely right. We are not indifferent towards these people, right? And we want them to return to normalcy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, Dmitry, we have to take a very short break right now, but we will be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Even Russia has commercials now. Now you know that if that's the case, then we're moving towards a free market capitalist society. All kidding aside, I have this great stack that will help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So let's take a look at this other stack that people can try. Magnesium and zinc helps to boost up your immune system. You should be taking it every day. If you're not feeling well, you know what? You should be taking a double dose. Take one dose in the morning, take one in the evening. Once you start to feel better, then go back to your maintenance dose. But it's really important to take magnesium and zinc every day to boost up your immune system. It stacks really well also with vitamin C and magnesium. That's on my store, so you can stack them together. But with this particular stack, omega-3 helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So that's helping your total cholesterol. Plus, omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation, and omega-3 helps to prevent red blood cells from sticking too much. So it's reducing clot formation, right? And there's obviously lots of people that are having overclotting issues. So omega-3, guess what? Helps with that. Now, when you get older, you start to build up plaque. And the more plaque you build up, creates, it restricts the blood flow and creates turbulence. And that turbulent flow of the blood around the plaque formation leads to clots. So by taking omega-3 and also nattokinase, you're breaking up those clots. You're reducing the chances of building up the clot, and you're breaking, and once the clot is formed, you're breaking it up. So taking an omega-3 is really important to keep those red blood cells from sticking too much. All right, so omega-3, really important. Stacks really well with olive leaf extract. So with olive leaf extract, you're helping your immune system and your cardiovascular health. How? How does that work? It works this way. It brings down inflammation. By bringing down inflammation, you're going to help your immune system. And by bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing that signal to build up new plaque. All right. So that's helping your cardiovascular system too. Also, olive leaf extract helps with your total cholesterol. It brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. That's really important because if you have less LDL, it can't oxidize as much. And so with less oxidized LDL, that means less plaque formation. So this is a dual purpose supplement. It helps with the immune system and helps with your cardiovascular system. So please go to my store, get the olive leaf extract. But like I said, stack it with the omega-3 to supercharge the stack. It's also helping to reduce clot formation. And it brings down that systemic inflammation and helping with your total cholesterol and boost up your immune system even more, magnesium and zinc. So this is a great stack. It's helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system at the same time. Magnesium and zinc, omega-3, and olive leaf extract. This is a great way to get healthy. Help support my work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the stack or the other stacks that I've been talking about through this transmission, and improve your health and wellness. Please go to my store, use the discount 5, and you get $5 off. It's all caps, discount, and the number 5. On any order, you get $5 off. Now, the ones that are watching live stream on YouTube, I have X Spaces open. You can ask for the mic and you can ask a question or tell me your perspective on what's going on with Ukraine or with Trump's administration or whatever. You'll be live and I can get your comments about what's going on. This is supposed to be an interactive show. So please join X Spaces if you'd like to ask a question. Now, what I want to do is go to Live Now. They posted a segment that's 6 minutes long about the strike in Ukraine by Russia that killed 20 people.
Some breaking news that we do have coming in from the Associated Press here is they're saying that Russian strikes on Ukraine have killed at least 20 people. That is according to officials in Ukraine, as heavy aerial attacks continued into the second night following a U.S. decision to stop sharing satellite images with Ukraine. The decision to withhold intelligence and military aid did come on the heels of that visit that we talked about to the White House and the tension that existed between Zelensky as well as President Trump. So I want to ask overall what impact all of this is going to have with essentially the White House and the U.S. saying they're not going to share this information. And now you have 2 days of strikes that have killed another 20 people here.
That's right, Josh. There was also a report yesterday in Time magazine where the reporter talked to American and Ukrainian officials off the record, and they said there are already hundreds of dead Ukrainians because of the suspension of U.S. intelligence assistance to Ukraine. It makes it harder for Ukraine to track these incoming missiles that are slamming into Ukrainian cities. It makes it harder for Ukrainian troops on the ground to track Russian troop movements. And it makes it harder for Ukrainians to target Russian, sites inside Russia or on the battlefield without that intelligence assistance from the United States. So that's one piece of it. The other piece of it is the suspension of military aid. That won't kick in as immediately as the suspension of intelligence assistance, but there are some things the United States provides that it's really hard to get anywhere else. The most important probably being Patriot air defense systems, which are used to protect Ukrainian cities from Russian missile and drone strikes. But other things that the U.S. provides in terms of short-range missiles used to attack depots and other, troop emplacements inside Russia or near the border. All of this is going to make it easier for Russia to be on the offensive and harder for Ukraine to defend itself going forward.
Kind of piggybacking on that, how pivotal is the U.S. in Ukraine winning its war against Russia? Can Ukraine win and essentially defeat Russia, so to speak, without assistance from the U.S.?
No, I don't really think so. I think
U.S. military assistance is pretty pivotal to the Ukrainian war effort. Currently, U.S. military assistance is about 20% of what Ukraine uses on the battlefield. 25% comes from Europe, and the rest comes from the Ukrainians themselves. So the Ukrainians have developed the ability to provide more of their own equipment and material. So they're providing a lot of drones, for example, and they've gotten better at manufacturing other military equipment over the course of the war under these obviously emergency situations. But what the U.S. can provide in terms of certain technologies and certain intelligence assistance is really unrivaled by any other country around the world. Europe is talking about stepping up its effort to replace that, to provide more military assistance and more intelligence assistance, but that will take some time. So it should be clear to everyone that with the U.S. seemingly no longer supporting Ukraine militarily, that it's going to be much harder for Ukraine to resist Russian invasion.
Is Ukraine any closer at this point to a ceasefire with Russia? Do we know, again, the U.S. has kind of backed down on some of its assistance, as you mentioned, toward Ukraine, but is there a ceasefire that is going to happen here in the near future? Do we know?
Well, that's clearly what President Trump is pushing for very hard, but honestly, I think the way the U.S. is going about it is not inclined to make a ceasefire take place and last. All the pressure at the moment seems to be on the Ukrainians to show that they're willing to settle and that they want peace. But the country that started the war is Russia, and it's Russia that's on the attack. And Russia sees that the U.S. is pulling back from supporting Ukraine in stopping military and intelligence assistance. Even medical assistance to Ukrainian soldiers has been suspended. It's been reported. So there's no real incentive for Russia to stop right now. The incentive for them is to accelerate their attacks. And President Trump yesterday in the Oval Office seemed to acknowledge that and saying, you know, anyone in Putin's position would do what he's doing. So I don't understand exactly what the strategy is on the U.S. side. If we want there to be a ceasefire and if we want there to be peace, the country that needs to be put under pressure is the country that started the invasion and is, you know, waging war against an independent country across its borders. So the strategy seems backwards, and I don't see this leading to a lasting peace unless equal or more pressure is put on the Russian side.
Hey, Brian Taylor, thank you so much as always for taking the time to join us and provide some perspective. As I mentioned.
All right, just to remind the audience, tomorrow is going to be a live show with John Hogue, which is scheduled. We're going to be doing the live show on YouTube. We might also live stream it on Rumble, and we're going to have a simulcast on X Spaces at 10 p.m. New York time. 10 p.m. New York time. It lasts for about 2 hours, the show. You'll be able to call in and ask John Hogue any questions or, you know, provide some, you know, insight from your perspective on whatever we're covering. It is completely unscripted. We don't know what we're going to be saying or anything. It's pretty fun for people to interact with John and ask questions. You can type in your questions in the chat, or you can ask for the mic on X Spaces, and you'll be able to ask your question directly to John Hogue. That's tomorrow night at 10 p.m. So put that on your calendar. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work and the shows that I'm doing, especially with John, by getting the structural nano silver toothpaste. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum line. It'll reduce the inflammation at the gum line, and by improving the gum line, you're reducing the chances of having cardiovascular problems because of poor oral hygiene or valvular problems. A lot of people don't realize that when you get older and you have bloody gums, plaque and pathogens can get into your bloodstream and cause inflammation and cause occlusions that exacerbate cardiovascular disease. Also, with creating inflammation and having pathogens getting into your bloodstream because of bloody gum line, it can also exacerbate problems with your valves in your heart and create inflammation at the valve. And what could happen is that the valve will weaken and create a prolapse or a regurgitation, or what could happen is a stenosis with calcium depositing and the hardening of the valve. So you don't want that. You don't want stenosis. You don't want prolapse or regurgitation. That's all bad for you. All right. So, but a lot of people don't realize that when you get older and you have poor oral hygiene, because you're just getting older and you can't care for yourself, it becomes a problem. So you want to have the best oral hygiene that you can. This structural nano silver toothpaste is the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to get. There's no toothpaste better than this. I'm not speaking hyperbole. It is more expensive, but it is the best toothpaste that you can buy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It has structural nano silver, and it is fluoride free. You know why it's fluoride free? Because fluoride makes you stupid. So you don't want to be stupid, do you? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. Have the best oral hygiene that you can have and maintain that good gum line throughout your life. It's very important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this very high quality toothpaste. Another great supplement that I have that you should be taking every day, but you don't have to take it every day. There are other people that take maybe once or twice a year protocol, is to detoxify your body. Now, I have a zeolite that you can take every day. Some zeolite you can't take every day, but I have a zeolite on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, that will detoxify your body that you can take every day. It will remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including forever chemicals. But you got to be vigilant, and you got to take it every day. If you're going to take it every day, take 2 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water, and do that daily throughout the year. For people that want a protocol that's a little bit more intensive, but they want to do it once or twice a year, that protocol would be take 5 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Do that every day until the bottle is done. And then do that protocol once or twice a year. But it is better to take this every day as a maintenance to get the toxins, the heavy metals out of your system. Another thing that's very important for you to do while you're doing your detox is make sure that you drink filtered water. All the water you drink should be filtered. City water, municipality water, it has heavy metals and toxins in them that you don't want in your body. I use a filtration system called Zero Water. You can get that on Amazon or anywhere at a store around you. Other people use osmosis and other ways to filter your water. It doesn't matter how you filter it, just get a good filtration system, all right? And drink filtered water. Don't drink unfiltered water. Don't drink bottled water. Drink filtered water that you are filtering yourself. Now, also what you need to do is reduce your exposure to processed foods. Lots of processed foods have chemicals in it. And clean your environment. Take a look at your garage or your basement or the cupboards or your closet and make sure that you don't have harmful chemicals in them, because what happens is you're breathing in those chemicals over time, like paints, paint thinners, cleaning solutions. Try to reduce your exposure. If certain things that you absolutely have to have in your house that may disrupt your body's immune system or endocrine system, have them in containers that are double or triple layered. And that way you're reducing your exposure. Many people don't realize your cleaning supplies actually are disrupting your endocrine system and your immune system. So you want to reduce that exposure. And you also want to take the zeolite to be able to bind to those chemicals and those toxins. And zeolite will allow you to urinate those toxins out in 6 to 8 hours. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite, detoxify your body, improve your immune system and your endocrine system. Okay, now let's go to Mark Levin. We haven't played Mark Levin and had a heart attack yet in a while, so let's do that.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Saturday. Thank you for being here. Two great guests, General Jack Keane and Leo Terrell. But before we get to them, Ivy League schools, once again, the Hitler Youth are on the march. The Marxist Islamists. It's not by accident. It's well organized. Many of the individuals who are involved are foreign individuals. Obviously, some are born in the United States as well. And this is taking place not by accident, but by organization. It's being funded, and it's being supported by the hard left and foreign governments and organizations in our country that are organizations that are related to terrorist organizations and terrorist states. And so we're going to do some more focusing on this, because if I don't, who the hell will? So first of all, let's take a little look at what just took place at Barnard College in New York. Go.
Mark Levin, I mean, let's be honest. DrPaulCottrell covers this too.
There they are. They've taken over an area in the school. You can see almost all of them have covered their faces. They are preventing students, especially Jewish students, from attending class. You see, they're getting physical, they're getting violent.
See, what is happening with these protests that are happening in New York and these pro-Palestinian protests, there's an element of a BLM kind of aspect to it that I'm noticing. All right. Now, I'm surprised that BLM hasn't flared up against the Trump administration yet. Now, they may when it gets warmer out. Now, what's also important to realize is that within that whole BLM movement, in New York at least, I don't know in other cities, but at least in New York, there is the black contingency of BLM and also the white contingency within BLM. And so it's kind of a subgroup that falls under the umbrella of this ultra-liberalism that I've been talking about for the last two years or so. So it's not just the Palestinian, and I don't know if Mark Levin's going to talk about this or not, but it's not just against Israel or pro-Palestinian or pro-Hamas or however you want to phrase it. This is an ultra-liberal agenda. It falls in the rubric of an ultra-liberal agenda. See, like for example, in this video here, majority of the people that are walking, they have masks, and so they're trying to hide their identity. And many of them are white that are in this crowd here right now. But there's an element of this, at least in New York, there's this element that was very similar to like that whole BLM problem that we have a few years back.
That's enough. These are American universities.
Yeah, right. American universities that are taking American taxpayer dollars. Let me just do a quick tangent. That was on February 27th. I had, and no one knows this yet. I haven't mentioned this, so this is the first time I've mentioned this. I had a coworker that I used to work with at Catholic Charities that passed away on February 27th. He was approximately 60, I think he was 65 or so. And he had a stroke. He was hospitalized really quickly, and then he died in the hospital. So, you know, so he died on the day that was happening. All right. He happened to be Black. All right. That my coworker, my ex-coworker used to be, you know, that died. He was Black. What was interesting about him was that he had an older brother. So, and he died, I think, in the 90s from HIV, from AIDS. So, and the person that passed away just recently, that ex-coworker, his name was Curtis. So when I saw the date flash up on the screen, it immediately reminded me of Curtis, because that was the day that he died in the hospital from, you know, having a stroke. Now, when I was working with him, when I was at Catholic Charities, he did have a minor heart attack. So obviously he had plaque buildup. And this is the reason why, I mean, I see this all the time. You know, I even see it with my, you know, my surviving brother right now. That, you know, that there are too many people that are not paying attention to their health. And that if you listen to me, you can mitigate a lot of the problems. There's nothing's a panacea. All right. There's no magic bullet, but it takes vigilance, and it takes a holistic approach. All right. But if you don't listen and take the advice of people like myself that know quite a bit about this stuff, bad things are going to happen to your health, either with your endocrine system or with heart attacks or strokes or whatever. Right. So here is a case, someone that is 65 years old or so, that's too early to die. I mean, he didn't look that out of shape or anything. Maybe he could have, you know, lost a little bit of weight, but nothing that severe. But because he's Black, he doesn't get the, you know, usually Black people don't get proper health care. So what happens is that, you know, they have cardiac problems, and bam, they, you know, something like this happens. He was probably overstressed at work, and, you know, and it, you know, it broke a piece of plaque and then gave him a stroke. In a strange way, you know, he died fast. All right. And, you know, sometimes, I know this is hard to say, but sometimes it's better to have a patient go than to try to bring them back, and they're going to have a lot of cognitive problems. Now, I saw this with my father. My brother and I were debating, should we keep him alive in the hospital? We decided together to do that and to put the feeding tube in, and we gave him all the care that he could get to survive. Unfortunately, my father cannot speak, doesn't know us. You know, he seems to respond to music, classical music, because that was something that he enjoyed when he, you know, throughout his life. He can't talk, he doesn't communicate. So, and he has a strong heart, but cognitive function is very, very low. Almost like a 1-year-old. So sometimes it's better to let people go. So in a strange way, there was a blessing that took place with Curtis, where God allowed him to pass quickly and not suffer. So I just wanted to mention that. The reason why I said it is that the date of that protest was the day he died. And I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know which hospital he died in, but I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't that far away from where the protest was.
That's not the American culture you're saying. Oh, it's free speech. We know what free speech is. Freedom of association. We know what that is too. Intimidating people, blocking people, physically touching people. That's not free speech. It never has been. Ladies and gentlemen, there's many things that can be done, and this administration is focusing on all of them. Deporting foreign college students in the U.S., or if you're on a visa after they are found to openly advocated for Hamas or another U.S. designated terror group, or after they participated in an unauthorized campus protest and were suspended, expelled, or jailed. Out. That's up to DHS working with DOJ. Pursue federal prosecutions of demonstrators who block synagogue entrances or disrupt Jewish speakers at events. Charge protest leaders and nonprofits that aid in fundraising for protest groups with failing to register with the United States Department of Justice as an agent of a foreign principal, FARA. You've heard of that law before. Open investigations into protest leaders who are in direct contact with U.S. designated terror groups or front groups while advocating on their behalf. Those are just a handful of things that can be done. What else? As our friends at Heritage pointed out several years ago, Federal Anti-Riot Act, 18 U.S.C. Section 2101, allows the federal government to go after anyone who travels in interstate, I quote, or foreign commerce, or who uses any facility of interstate or foreign commerce, including but not limited to the mail, telegraph, telephone, radio, television, to incite a riot or to organize, promote, or encourage participation in or carry on a riot, or to commit any act of violence in furtherance of a riot. So anyone who travels from outside the state or uses his phone or his computer with the specific intent to instigate and participate in riots is violating federal law. It also applies to those who aid or abet anyone else to carry out such acts. Someone found guilty can be fined and imprisoned for up to 5 years or both for each violation. 18 U.S.C. Section 241 prohibits conspiracies to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in the exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States. It also prohibits individuals from going in disguise on the highway or on the premises of another with intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, like wearing masks. Violating this statute is punishable by up to 10 years in federal prison. By the way, where's Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York? Does she show up at these events? Does she warn these thugs, these anti-Semites, these Jew haters? Where is she? Is he chasing Donald Trump? She's a fraud and a phony. Fox Business. Billions of American taxpayer dollars have helped fund many of the colleges and universities where anti-Israel agitators recently have occupied campuses. A stunning sum that has led numerous politicians to call for an end to federal cash for schools that allow the encampments to persist. And Donald Trump has said this. We got to cut off federal funds, and the new Secretary of Education, seems to me, will need to work with the DOJ and do exactly that. More than $5 billion worth of taxpayer funds were given to Ivy League schools through sponsorships, grants, and contracts during fiscal 2023 alone. Another $2.1 billion also made its way.
Just think about that. More than $5 billion worth of taxpayer dollars were given to Ivy League schools through sponsorship, grants, and contracts during fiscal year 2023 alone. And most of these Ivy League schools have very large endowments. I mean, Yale and Harvard. I mean, Harvard is like, I don't know, like over $50 billion in their portfolio. You know, this is crazy. How they should not be getting funding at all. I mean, their donor base is pretty large. And secondly, these schools, these secondary schools, Ivy League Plus, or even, you know, Ivy League plus, they are not educating a population that the United States needs. The United States needs people that are hardworking, that are, you know, following, you know, the ethos, what I'll call the ethos of America. All right. They're trying to promote something much more sinister, much more. These schools are promoting this ultra liberalism that is eroding the ethos of hard work, God, country, and family. All right. You know, so I mean, I don't know what a kid does, you know, let's say they're just coming out of high school, you know, and they, you know, what do they do, you know, now? I don't know. I mean, back in the day, it was work hard, get an education, and raise a family. But now it seems like these schools are trying to promote ultra liberal agendas and destroy the country and just, you know, make it into a socialist hellhole or a communistic hellhole. I mean, literally, they have banners on the bulletin board in Seaver Hall. All right, that's in the yard, and it's, you know, in these the Harvard College student body, certain, you know, smaller groups within the student body, you know, are meeting, and they're like a communist meeting party. I'm not joking, you know. It's crazy. It's crazy there. It's crazy there. And they have these. Sometimes they have these fist pumping in the air type banners or pamphlets, you know, on the bulletin board. You know, kind of like this, you know, fight the power kind of feel. And actually, that iconography goes all the way back to the '60s during the Vietnam protesting. But all right, let's continue with Levin.
Prominent schools that have had anti-Israel rallies of late. The Ivy League schools, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Columbia, University of Pennsylvania, Brown, Dartmouth, Cornell, have been the scenes of some of the most high-profile anti-Israel unrest last year. But more of it's going on now. In 2023, Harvard received approximately $676 million from you. Princeton received $403 million. Why are they receiving this anyway? They have these massive funds where people donate. They go untaxed. And massive endowments worth billions and billions of dollars, particularly the Ivy League schools. Why are we giving them any money? Yale received approximately $776.8 million. Columbia, which is really,
I'll tell you why they do it. Because through the Kennedy School, that is the farm, right, to educate the intelligentsia that will go into government and push these crazy agendas that most Americans are against. Like Samantha Powell, you know, look at her pedigree.
Approximately $1.2 billion. Penn received approximately $955.6 million. Brown received $173.7 million. Dartmouth received $133 million. Cornell received another $736.3 million. These 8 Ivy League schools, as well as Northwestern University and Stanford University, received $33 billion worth of federal contracts and grants since 2018, averaging $6.6 billion annually. And Open the Book study found
that is totally unacceptable. Doge should really dive into this and stop the funding of these schools. All right, because I'll tell you, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. They are promoting an agenda, because what has happened over the years is they've been hiring professors that are of the liberal or the ultra liberal mindset. And when you get young students in, they are like putty, and these professors mold them into their own image. And when they do that, what happens is that they come out with a degree. Some of it's in humanities, some of it's in engineering, some of it is in the sciences, some sort of STEM. But many, more than 65% of the student body is liberal or ultra liberal. It's a big problem. And we're talking about people that will elevate through corporate America and through politics and tell you that they know better. Look at the case with Wu, the mayor in Boston, double Harvard College, Harvard Law. And she's a major ultra liberal.
the year, the same 10 schools also reaped another $12 billion in special tax treatment benefits on the growth of their massive endowment gains, according to the report, which was released in November. Why aren't those endowments taxed?
You know, and what is interesting, that going on a tangent here, at the Harvard Club, you know, obviously to get in, you have to graduate from Harvard, right? So, you know, either undergrad or graduate studies. So what is interesting when you, do these social events, it's not good enough to just have one degree at Harvard. It gets to a point where if, you have to have 2 or 3 degrees from Harvard to be, to have the limelight of the community. So, I mean, Wu, the point I'm making is that Wu, with being double Harvard, plugs into this very ultra liberal mindset that is coming out of these Ivy League schools. All right. And because they are promoted socially, they are put into a position to expand this ultra liberalism. This is why it's so important that conservatives go to these schools, stay conservative, push back, and move into corporate and move into politics, and stop this expansionism within our politic that's coming from the ultra liberal side. We need more conservatives coming from these schools to push back. But unfortunately, there's not that many. They may be there. A lot of them are silent because they know that there'll be such pushback within their social networks.
Endowments, what are they collecting them for? In addition to the Ivy League schools, several other colleges have garnered attention for anti-Israel unrest. It's Jewish hate unrest. It's anti-Semitism. These are Islamists and Marxists. Islamists and Marxists, including UC Berkeley, New York University.
I'm sure Mark Levin knows this, all right? But the thing is, he's focused on just the Jewish side of this argument. But it's not just anti-Israel or anti-Jewish. It's also anti-American. These people that are doing these things, they hate America. Trust me on this. They hate America. They hate God. They hate country. They hate family. I mean, I was in a science hall coming out of my neuroscience class, and literally they were having a protest in the atrium of the science hall, and the Harvard College students were female. They were promoting abortion. All right. And they had these T-shirts on saying how great it was to have an abortion. They literally had a picture of a fetus that was in an ultrasound that was printed on the T-shirt. And they thought that it was okay and that was cool to kill babies. Meanwhile, you have a whole slew of students that are, they were coming from the sciences. Some of them were on a medical track. Some of them were on a PH track, or, some of them, were, doing, basic research in neuro or whatever. All right. This is the crazy crap that's going on in these schools. Now, it's freedom of speech, but it doesn't mean that they're sane. They could have high IQ and still be insane, or get programmed into a mentality that's hard to justify. How can you justify killing a child in the womb, no matter what age it is? Now, there are some, extraneous circumstances, but they're not talking about extraneous circumstances. They're talking about the right to kill, not the right for the life of the unborn. It's crazy. It's crazy what's going on.
See, UT Austin, George Washington University also received millions of federal funding. As they looked at fiscal year 2023, UC Berkeley received more than 451 million. NYU received more than 805 million. UT Austin received roughly 645 million. And GWU received more than 200 million. Wow. What if the federal judges out there in the US Supreme Court think this is okay? Maybe they'll withhold the funding.
I am
So
really
stupid.
sure that Mark Levin is not feeling well because guess what? He has got a problem with his voice. Now, either he screamed too much on the previous episode or he's catching something.
Contagion Research Institute, a neutral organization. We explored links between different funding sources. I can't read the whole report. I want to read the relevant parts. And the deterioration of free speech and academic freedom in the presence of anti-Semitism. 349 colleges and universities received a combined total of almost $18 billion from foreign sources between 2014 and 2019, over 5 years. They also found that higher levels of deplatforming and speech punishment occurred on campuses that received funding from member states of the International Organization of Islamic Cooperation and from other
And that's
authoritarian.
this is where that when I said these schools, they're promoting this anti-country, anti-family, anti-God perspective. And so what happens is these schools, they need so much money to fund, and they have greed, even though that they have huge portfolios like Harvard and Yale. But because they have prestige, there are countries that are willing to donate as long as they're promoting certain regional studies. So to get through, the conduit is through regional studies. But then it gets even more nefarious. What happens is that, let's say the CCP comes in, starts donating for regional studies for, to promote understanding between Western culture and Asian culture or whatever. They get this huge grant or these funds that are coming in. They make deals where they're bringing scholars from China into Harvard or into Yale. And that's part of the 1,000 Talent Program, where they're doing technology transfer when they're working in these special labs. So they pay for access. And then eventually technology transfer happens back to the CCP. So really what it is that state-sponsored espionage that's going on in our universities. And Harvard and Yale don't even fucking care because they've got the money. They don't care. And that's why they were so silent about Weber and the chemistry professor, and his ties to Wuhan. Because they wanted to shut that down as much as possible because it's much bigger than Weber because of these funds that are coming in to sponsor these regional studies. Then you add in how the US government sponsors these regional studies, which help with creating, quote, scholars or experts that would work for the CIA.
Genes. Foreign funding, they said, especially when provided either by member countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation or by authoritarian countries, was associated with elevated levels of campus anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism incidents. Anti-Semitism incidents on campuses are associated with the forecast local anti-Semitic incidents across the country. You can read it yourself. It's publicly available. There's other great reports out there, studies done by the Heritage Foundation, by the George Washington University Project on Extremism. They're all out there for the whole world to read. But you know the major funder of these efforts? There's Iran, there's Communist China, there's Saudi Arabia. You know what the major one is? Qatar. Gee, I thought Qatar was our friend. People at high levels have relationships with Qatar. They praise Qatar. Qatar, the country, up to a few months ago, was funding Hamas to the tune of $1.8 billion.
Now, this falls in line with what I was saying with Esau. All right? You have conduits through the Ivy League schools, and you have funders going through the Ivy League schools to weaken the United States, try to weaken the soul root of Jacob and the positive part of Esau. So we're literally seeing the battle that is taking place between Jacob and Esau through the funding of these American elite institutions. The sad thing is, especially with Harvard, Harvard has always been on the wrong side until it's forced to be on the right side. They were on the wrong side during the Revolution. They were for the king. They were not on the side of George Washington and the revolutionary and the revolutionists. All right, until they were forced to switch sides. They were for slavery until they were forced not to be for slavery. They were for many things that were, I would say, not on the right side of history until they were forced to be on the right side of history. And this is one of them right now, because they always viewed their institution. I'm talking about Harvard. I don't know about Yale, but especially with Harvard, with the history of Harvard, they have always viewed, that corporation has always viewed itself as something beyond the country. And so it can be beneficial for the country, all right, but it needs to be prodded. The school needs to be prodded to move into the right direction. All right, it has to be forced, because all it cares about it's almost like it's like its own organism, and it feels as though because it was around before the founding of the United States, that it will be around after the United States collapses. All right, it has this. It feels as though it's insular, in a way, and so my observation of this is that cut the funding of Harvard, stop the private funding. They can afford that institution by themselves. They've gotten to the point of escape velocity where they don't need the funding. It's greed that other than that. Yes, it would slow down certain growth plans, especially on the other side of the Charles River, with their engineering and STEM expansion. But the thing is they can self-fund. For sure they can self-fund. They don't need this. All right. But the thing is that throughout the history of these institutions, especially with Harvard, they have been on the wrong side always until they were forced to be on the right side. They were against labor unions. When labor unions were starting to gain strength during the 1920s, there was phrases like "protect your class" at Harvard, and that was basically to try to bust these labor strikes that were going on, because to protect your class was the elites, the financial elites, having to protect themselves from the little people that were asking for labor rights. So here, once again, Harvard was on the wrong side of history until forced to be on the right side of history.
They gave safe haven to the billionaire leaders of Hamas, some 5 of them, and protected them up to a few months ago. Qatar, Mosaic writes, autocratic Middle Eastern regimes, organizations, foundations, and affiliated private corporations have funneled billions of dollars of unreported funding to American universities in order to demonize Israel on campus. And I might add, demonize the United States, with the bulk of all Middle Eastern donations emanating from Qatar donors, 75%, and the Qatar Foundation, accounting for virtually all the donations from Qatar. These funds significantly impact attitudes anti-Semitic culture, and the activities and movement to boycott and divest from and sanction Israel, the BDS movement. Our research has found a correlation between the funding of universities by Qatar and the Gulf states and the presence of groups such as Students for Justice in Palestine, a radical pro-terrorist front group, in a campus environment that fosters an anti-Semitic atmosphere, aggression toward Jews and supporters of Israel. Qatar has long been an important source of funds for the Palestinian terror organization Hamas and has forged relationship with Islamist groups from the Muslim Brotherhood to the Taliban. This from the Free Press, Eli Lake, a couple of years back. Right now, senior leaders of Hamas, the perpetrators of the worst atrocity against Jews since the Holocaust, are huddled in Qatar. They've been there for years, but American foreign policy has turned a blind eye. Why? One reason might be that for the last 25 years, this small, energy-rich state has pumped billions into America to purchase influence and good favor. The Qataris have spent their lavish fortune at American law firms on lobbying contracts with former senior officials and on junkets and partnerships with big media companies. The biggest recipients of Qatar largesse, though, are the major universities and think tanks. The numbers are staggering. According to a 2022 study from the National Association of Scholars, there's tons of reports on this. Qatar today is the largest foreign donor to American universities. Remember, this is 2 years old. The study found from the National Association that the largest recipients are some of America's most prestigious universities of higher learning. These schools have partnered with the regime to build campuses in Doha's education city. Since 1997, Qatar has donated more than $103 million to Virginia Commonwealth University for a fine arts campus. Again, this is 2 years old. Since 2001, Qatar has donated $1.8 billion to Cornell for a medical school. Since 2003, Qatar has donated nearly $700 million to Texas A&M for an engineering campus. Since 2004, Qatar has donated $740 million to Carnegie Mellon University for a computer science campus. Since 2005, Qatar has donated $760 million to Georgetown University for a school of politics. Qatar has donated nearly $602 million since 2008 to Northwestern University for a school of journalism. And I was at Johns Hopkins Medical some time ago, and I see they built a whole wing there too. One might expect that scholarly institutions that have benefited from this autocracy's money would rethink their partnership. If
Right.
the Qatar's foreign ministers,
So if you have all of this foreign money coming in, and do you think that the school is going to push back on these big donors? If things are starting to unravel in the Middle East, which they are, that the United States is moving towards potentially cutting off the head of the Ayatollah, maybe this year. We'll see. Hopefully that does happen, because I think that would help the world out. But that might happen. We might see the Ayatollah's head roll in Tehran, literally. But as this conflict in the Middle East moves through its predicted cycle that's been written down for thousands of years, do you think that the big donors for these schools are going to be sympathetic to the Israeli cause? Or do you think, because they're aligned with the negative soul root of Esau, that they're going to be trying to use their influence on these universities and force protesting in a way where they're trying to cause problems with the Trump administration and protest against Israel, protest against this concept of the, talking about it in a metaphysical context, the alignment of Ishmael and Jacob? They won't win. For sure they won't win. But the thing is that doesn't mean it's going to be an easy road. But this type of influence is eroding the country pillar that I keep on talking about. God, country, and family. That's eroding the country pillar. These elite institutions are raising children to hate your country and to placate to the negative soul root of Esau. So these schools are on the take. They're going to hire professors that are aligned with the donor. And if the donor hates your country, then it's not out of the realm of possibility you're hiring professors that hate your country. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the pupils that the professor teaches will hate your country.
And Israel alone is responsible for October 7th and for the pogrom that perpetrated by Hamas terrorists, or after Qatar's prime minister declined to close the office Hamas maintains at its capital until Donald Trump was elected. Washington Free Beacon. Qatar has given or contracted more than $5.6 billion to 61 American schools since 2007. It goes through which these schools are in great detail. From November 2007 to October 2023, Qatar made 1,116 donations to American universities, totaling almost $6 billion, record shows. This has led to accusation that Doha is using the influence of the country's top schools to mainstream propaganda that portrays Israel in a negative light. You don't say. Newsweek. Between 1986
but the thing is on X, you have lots of people demonizing Israel and its political pact on trying to influence U.S. politics. Now, Israel is obviously influencing U.S. politics. But the reality of the situation is this. The representation in Congress is going, for Jews, is becoming less over time. All right? So that's declining. Other minority groups or other groups are being represented in its place. Now, the lobbying is a powerful lobbying group for sure. But why are these X channels only focused on AIPAC? Why aren't they focused on this crap? Because what this is doing is actually creating the future leaders that are going to hate your country. I mean, just look at Wu. Just look at Mayor Wu. She is the prototype of an elite education that is a communist. Or an extreme socialist.
$18 Middle Eastern countries donated more than $6.6 billion. So I'm not even counting the last 7 years to U.S. universities. Reported less than $3.6 billion to the federal government. They have an obligation under federal law to report to the Department of Education how much money they're getting from foreign governments, which foreign governments, and what it's being used for. Billions of dollars have not been reported. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, we have FARA. That is, if you are taking money from a foreign government, and this is a very broad law, and if the people in your college or universities are working with a foreign government, and you are promoting them or they are promoting you, you have an obligation to report and to sign up as a foreign agent.
Right.
Virtually none.
And that's what happened with Lieber. Lieber didn't follow the law and he got caught. But how many of them are following the law? How many of them are on the take? I would suspect a lot of them. And I would suspect that a lot of them in key technologies, cutting edge type stuff that gives a military advantage. So basically, Harvard is willing to sell your country down the road for $1, literally to the CCP, or to some military or some Middle Eastern country that's attached itself to the negative soul root of Esau.
schools have done it. The bulk of Middle Eastern donations coming into the United States emanates from Qatar. Well, the Qatar Foundation accounts for virtually all the donations from Qatar. They have a significant impact on universities, especially with regard to attitudes toward Israel. And it goes on and on and on. But what the hell are we going to do about Qatar? Continue playing nice with them? I think we need to have a full list of all the people in the House and the Senate of any relationships to Qatar. I think we need to have a full list of all the former Senate and House members.
The thing is, though, you have tons of people, not just, getting a full list, through an investigation through Congress, but just look at the number, the bias that's happening on X. The bias is against the Jewish faith. They're not spending. There's lots of these so-called journalists, independent journalists, these truthers saying that, that there's some sort of Jewish cabal and blah, blah, blah. The cabal is with the banks. It's not about Judaism. But the thing is they want to demonize, all right? But the thing is, they won't spend the time to actually take a look at what's really going on with the negative soul root of Esau. They're not willing to spend the time of, finding out how this money is flowing between the universities and how these students and these professors are changing the society's mindset and being anti-Americana. That's the big problem. But these X channels that are out there, they'll connect the dots like David Icke saying it's one big cabal that's coming out of Judaism, but they're not paying attention that we're literally seeing that the actual hand-to-hand combat that's about to happen here between Ishmael and Jacob and Esau. But these X channels know it all. They know it all. But what it is that they can't even see the forest through the trees because they're so focused on that Jewish tree and AIPAC and the nefarious things that have happened with the banking syndicates and not paying attention to a 3,000-year-old prediction. But they know it all. They'll tell you how it really is. You know what they really know? Nothing. But they have huge channels because everyone wants to demonize somebody and not look at what's really taking place, what's really happening.
Lobbyists working at various law firms who are on the take from Qatar. We need to have a full list of people in the bureaucracy, in the executive branch, a full list, so we all know who's doing what, when, where, and how. And I want to thank Donald Trump because he's doing more, he's pushing harder to stamp out anti-Semitism on our college campuses, against Jews in the streets and in synagogues, than any president in American history. And he has told every element of the federal government, you have 60 days, 60 days isn't up yet, to figure out a maximum plan to stamp out anti-Semitism, to deport people who are here who are promoting anti-Semitism, to get federal funds out of these colleges and universities that aren't doing anything about anti-Semitism, and to protect the rights of Jewish students who are going to colleges and universities. Because let me tell you something. It starts with the Jews, but it never ends there.
Yep.
It never ends
and
there.
This is the point that I'm making. This is exactly the point I'm making. People need to realize this is much bigger. It's about anti-Americanism. They're trying to destroy America. And so you have these X channels trying to demonize the Jews, but guess what? Guess what? If you pay attention to the way the layout of Congress is, you take a look at the layout of our Constitution, If you take the look at the layout of the judicial branch, right? Where do you think judicial comes from? The word Jude. I mean, judicial is Jewish, all right? It's from the Sanhedrin. What about the layout of Congress? If you take a look at it, it's coming right from the Freemasons. It looks like a Masonic lodge. And the whole idea of the Masons is that it's about monotheism and bringing people together as one. You know, there's a prayer in Judaism about God as one, that all of this is going to come into oneness, like almost a singularity in the Shema. All right. So the Freemasons is taking a piece of that Judaism and applying it to their messianic principles. But it applies to Christianity, Judaism, and even Islam, because Masons are monotheist. So people need to realize here, there's a bigger battle that's coming down the pike here, with this Esau splitting and warring with Jacob and Ishmael. And it's going to try to fracture America. There is a cancer in America, but it ain't the Jews. It's actually our institutions that are being hijacked by negative Esau. But no one wants to pay attention to that. It's so easy to keep on just promoting the tropes of the 1930s and grow your channel to 1 million. Start talking about Qatar. Start talking about Iran. Start talking about the elite institutions that have aligned themselves with them. Start talking about how they're taking funds from the CCP and doing technology transfer that literally kill people in 1 million.
Talking about Jews, we were talking about some other ethnic or religious group. You'd be hearing a lot more from our Democrat Party friends, wouldn't we? Their silence is deafening, isn't it, Letitia James? I'll be right back.
It's not just Letitia James for not pushing back on these protests, but it's Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer's a Jew, not a very observant one, because he eats unkosher meat and he eats it with cheese, but he's still Jewish. But he's not really backing. He's not pushing back on this crap. He's aligned himself with the ultra liberals that are literally aligned themselves with negative Esau, that's literally trying to take down family, country, and God. I'll tell you, America is in deep shit if we don't wake up. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. Help support your health. I have Clarity Factor, because we're going through so much problems in the United States. Maybe we need all of us to take Clarity Factor, get rid of that brain fog so we can actually see what's really going on. Take Clarity Factor. I have it in stock. I have lots of it now. Now, what Clarity Factor does is it takes away that brain fog. It allows you to focus at work or at school, or even if you're retired, it will allow you to have that concentration that you need. Now, this helps support memory, and by having your neurons firing better, you're going to be able to have better neuroplasticity, because you have dendritic connections that are coming from your neurons, and they connect to other neurons to allow for a network to be created. And that a more connected network in your brain with these neurons will allow you to think faster, have better memory, and not only that, you're going to be able to have better motor control too. All right. So this stacks really well with C60. So I'll talk about C60 shortly here. So a great stack would be Clarity Factor and C60, because C60 also improves mitochondrial health, and you need lots of ATP in your neurons to create the neurotransmitters and to shoot off those neurotransmitters, and that will help with the positive neuroplasticity. But as we get older, we start to recede with our neurons. It's called depression, actually. And that depression that takes place means that your memory starts to fade. It's harder to obtain new memory, and you think slower. And then all of a sudden, other systems start to not work as well. Start having gating issues and all this other stuff. So take Clarity Factor to help with your neural health and to support your memory. Get those neurons firing, have that positive neuroplasticity, and to reduce that brain fog. And you'll be able to concentrate at work or at school, or if you're retired and you're not working or at school, it'll allow you to just have more vitality because you'll be able to concentrate better. A lot of people that are older, they can't concentrate as well. All right, their memory starts to fade, their attention span starts to go. So please take Clarity Factor. Take it now. I don't care what age you are, you should be taking this. If you're a high school student, or if you're a grad student, or if you're working, you're a working adult, you should be taking Clarity Factor every day. Drink it with filtered water. Take it every day. What I do is I take it in the morning and in the mid-afternoon, but some people just take it once a day. So please get the Clarity Factor. Very high quality product that was out of stock since December. So now I got a lot of it in stock. Get a couple bottles. Now, C60, like I said, it stacks well with Clarity Factor. Why? Because it helps with mitochondrial health. C60 is a very strong antioxidant. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It's cheaper to buy the higher ounce configuration if you look at the cost per ounce. All right, so it's at a discount. So C60, you can get it in MCT coconut oil, you can get it in extra virgin olive oil, or you can get it in avocado oil. It needs to be in an oil because it's lipid soluble. You take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout so it soaks up the free radicals that you're producing during your workout, and you will recover quicker. Guaranteed. This is the most potent antioxidant that you can buy. All right? And by taking antioxidants, you're going to soak up those free radicals, improve the health of the mitochondria. You're going to boost up your ATP. That means you're going to have lots more energy. Your cells are going to perform better. Your tissues are going to perform better. Therefore, your organ systems are going to perform better. Your immune system is going to be performing better, and your endocrine system is going to perform better. And like I said, your neurons will fire better. Why? Because you have more ATP and you have healthier mitochondria. This also stacks really well with NAD+. Why? Because NAD+ helps to repair your mitochondrial DNA. So C60, take a teaspoon a day, every day. And what you're going to notice is you're actually aging slower. And there's a compound effect. The earlier you take it, the better. All right? So add this to your protocol. Stack it with other things like I've mentioned, like NAD+, the Clarity Factor, resveratrol is a great stack with C60, or ubiquinol. Take the C60. It will help your body heal, boost up that immune system, and you're going to have other organ systems that are coming online that are just performing better. Take a teaspoon a day, really important. Also, other antioxidants, stacking it with other antioxidants is important. Even though C60 is the most potent antioxidant, also taking NAC, soaking up free radicals through the glutathione pathway, is important. Or taking the barley that I have, either Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. The more vector points that you have in soaking up free radicals, the better off you're going to be. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the most potent antioxidant that you can get by taking C60. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. 1 molecule of C60 is about 1,000 times stronger than 1 molecule of vitamin C. All right. You can't take enough vitamin C to equal C60. Take a teaspoon a day. All right. With that said, let's what is Mayor Giuliani saying? Let's just, it live now was a replay with, I guess, of today. He's saying something. Giuliani is just like,
in America, where you have a lot of sick people who are your enemies and favor the Ayatollah like Obama did and like Biden did. But there are a lot of people like that. They have no idea how strong you are. You're not a strong group. Just a fringe cult. Listen to the words of the Ayatollah. 2 years ago, Ayatollah said, maybe it was a slip. Ayatollah said the one group I really fear, because they have the resources to do it and the organizational ability, is the MEK. If you were so weak, why are you the most targeted for execution and murder in Iran? Because they are afraid of you. Because they know what you did to them in 17 and 18 and 19. They know how you can ignite an entire nation. And all you need from us is our support. You don't need soldiers, you need support.
all right, let me intervene here. First of all, I am totally for killing the Ayatollah, preferably decapitation. Secondly, I think, and I have known people that are from Iran. My professor at Fordham that taught organic chemistry was from Iran, and he immigrated legally to the United States and got his undergrad at Fordham and ended up going to MIT and received a Ph.D. I believe he's the first Ph.D. recipient from MIT that came from Fordham University. I believe that's a true statement. So, very smart guy, really smart guy. All right, Iranian. And he and his family got out of Iran because of the war between Iran and Iraq during the 80s. All right. Now, I've also known other individuals that were Iranian that were studying at UCLA in physics, right? Very smart students. They want peace and they want democracy. They don't want a theocracy. So the United States needs to support that, for sure. But we also need to use military operations to actually destroy the theocracy and decapitate the Ayatollah. Now, what did bother me with what Giuliani said is it kept on reminding me of what Brzezinski was saying during the Afghan war. All right? That there was, now, again, Giuliani and Brzezinski are two totally different people, right? But it just, there's an element that reminded me of that. So, all right. All right, let's go. Live now is now on commercial break. So let's go to Trump is putting an end to a trade imbalance with China. All right, so this is Fox Business, published 35 minutes ago.
Tariffs are the less new boogeyman. Democrats are incessantly screaming that Trump's duties on Canada, Mexico, and China will ruin the economy. But that's not what we're seeing play out. The Spark Notes version, these countries need us more than we need them.
This is something that we have to do. There'll always be a little short-term interruption. I don't think it's going to be big, but the countries and companies that have been ripping us aren't particularly happy with what I'm doing. But the United States will be very happy.
President Trump today agreed to pause some of the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for 1 month.
that will be applied to goods compliant with the USMCA. Cars making up a large chunk of that.
Canada and Mexico have until April 2nd, the day that reciprocal tariffs take effect, for our neighbors to get it together on the fentanyl crisis. And as Democrats whine about Trump's game plan, they fail to recognize how this negotiation tactic puts these countries on a deadline to comply with us.
President 47 vowing to change the massive trade deficit. Compliments of sleepy Joe Biden. Today, we got the last read on trade under that old man for more than $131 billion in January. His final month in office, up more than $33 billion from December, the largest monthly increase ever since they've been keeping statistics.
Even Sean Fain's United Auto Workers Union is on Team Trump tariffs, writing this in a statement, quote, "We are glad to see an American president take aggressive action on ending the free trade disaster that has dropped like a bomb on the working class."
But the Democrats won't bring that up when they complain. They also won't talk about the China factor, how Trump is using America's economic power to get other countries to take action against the communist country.
Walmart is now even knocking on China's door, asking it to absorb the cost of tariffs so customers don't have to.
This afternoon, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Just remember, the Walmart family ended up becoming one of the richest families in the United States because they outsourced manufacturing to a low-cost center, aka China, so you can buy cheap goods at their store. Now, do you feel like you're a Walmart family member now? I bet you don't. They destroyed our manufacturing, and all they care about is wealth for their family. They don't care about yours, not at all. And they destroyed so many small mom and pop shops in rural America, in that straddling of suburbia and rural area, small towns. Gone. What about now take a look at what happened with Amazon. You also made Bezos really wealthy. And he's taken all that wealth and doing plastic surgery on his girlfriend. But think about all those bookstores that are now out of business. You can't even go to a bookstore anymore and sit down and actually open up a book in a chair. Nope, you got to buy it online. And you made Bezos wealthy. But you destroyed all these small mom and pop shops that had bookstores. America needs to wake up. So I wouldn't feel bad that maybe that $400 billion family soaks up some of the cost by shipping jobs overseas and importing deflation.
Up China's stake in the game.
So China is exporting their policies to us. They decimated our manufacturing sector. There's a new paper out called the China Shot, and it said the community has recovered, the workers haven't, and so clearly the policy is not working for working Americans. So China, they exported their policies, and tariffs are one way to push back on this. It's like California versus Texas.
Here now to react, I'm pleased to say, is Breitbart economics and finance editor John Carney. John, so good to have you on the program this evening because we want to get your thoughts about this, more on what our Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was kind of explaining there. You've written about this very issue very recently, that essentially tariffs are needed as a policy because other countries are kind of not playing by the same rules.
Right now, our country's economic policy is made in Beijing. What Donald Trump is saying is, let's make it here in America. Let's stop importing
China's economic policy. They depend, and not just China, by the way, a lot of EU countries, a lot of countries around the world depend on the US as the first consumer and the last consumer. We buy all of their excess production. They intentionally hold down consumption in their countries because they know they can sell it to us. You cannot go on forever overproducing what your own citizens consume. That creates this trade imbalance, and we're putting an end to it.
John, you were in the room when the Treasury Secretary made these comments and had a chance to chat with him afterwards. What did he tell you?
So one of the great things that he said is like the Trump administration is not backing off here. That the market can go down. They're not scared of the market going down. There was a lot of talk that the stock market is the real boss of Donald Trump, and Scott Bessent pushed back very hard on this. He said, we have a long-term vision for reshaping the American economy to help the American people, to make it made in America. If the stock market goes down a bit, that's okay. He also said, when people say, oh no, it's going to raise prices, he said, the American dream is not built just on the access to cheap goods. It is built on the dream of prosperity for everyone. That's a lot more important, even if, as Trump said, it caused some disruption.
He also talked about some of the other issues with spending. He kind of expanded on the idea that we don't have a revenue problem in this country. We have a spending problem. We have a soundbite on this. Let's play it and get your reaction on the other side.
The U.S. does not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. We are right where we have been. The long-term average is 17.5%, 18.5% of revenues. That hasn't changed. What has changed is this blowout spending.
And we saw that spending really dramatically tick up under the Biden administration. And so we're just at this pace where it's not sustainable. And that's what they're trying to stop now.
Right. We got a deficit that went up to 6.7% of GDP during a time of relative peace where the country is not at war. There are places around the world that are at war, but not our country. This is ridiculous. We weren't in a recession. Joe Biden's reckless fiscal policy really was doing the country. That's actually what brought Scott Bessent into politics. This guy was not into politics. He was making a fortune in the private sector. He came into politics because he thought if we get another 4 years of that kind of recklessness, we're doomed. We'll never be able to undo it. We can, through growing, we can bring the deficit down to 3% of GDP. And that's sustainable. We can grow our way out of this problem now if we do it now. If we let it go on for much longer, we are doomed. So when the Democrats are screaming about every single cut that comes their way, they're basically saying, okay, we embrace American decline. Donald Trump, Scott Bessent reject it.
Yeah, no, it's a winning economic message. And the president, I think, in combination with Doge is doing is showing all the waste, fraud, and abuse. We're not focused on the core. We're focused on supporting all this waste, fraud, and abuse. But I want to talk last topic here for you, John.
Before he pivots to his last topic, just to remind the audience that's watching YouTube and also that's on X Spaces, tomorrow is my live show with John Hogue. So I'm going to be live streaming on YouTube. We're going to simulcast on X Spaces. You can call in, ask questions to John Hogue. We like the interaction with the audience, so please make sure that you join us. It's at 10 p.m. New York time tomorrow. All right. So make sure you put that on your calendar and join us. It'll last for about 2 hours or so, maybe 2.5 hours. So please ask your questions. We want that interaction with the audience.
Expenses for defense. The president is really pushing, and the European Union is starting to step up. They're responding with Donald Trump's taking and something like defense spending, agreeing to $800 billion in euros in more defense spending, which is what the president's goal was, to have them pay their fair share.
This is actually rebalancing the world economy. One of the ways these countries have been able to warp the world economy is they spend on social spending, but do not spend for their own security. Donald Trump is saying that's over. You are going to contribute to global security. You're not going to be a free rider on this anymore. As Scott Bessent said today, there is no difference between national security and economic security. We are pursuing both at the same time by requiring Europe to make their fair contribution. And even if they have to do it angrily, I mean, they're saying, we're doing this because Donald Trump's a bad man. That's okay. I'm cool if they have to do it out of spite, as long as they do the right thing.
And can we talk a little bit more about the short-term pain? Because I think we've heard the administration acknowledge that some of the what could be some price increases that we see, some rockiness and bumpiness in the markets that they expect is going to settle out. Because I think we've heard some comments about what could make that kind of calm down in the not too distant future. Scott Bessent has talked about energy production, deregulation, and delivering on the tax cuts. Do you think that's going to be enough? If Americans get those policies in place, is that going to, kind of alleviate concerns, make Americans feel more confident about this trajectory, this direction that we're going in?
So yes, I think the tax cuts and the deregulation will help a lot. I also think we're going to see that the price increases are going to be a lot less than the fear mongers say. We raised tariffs before in the first Trump administration. There was almost no inflation. Biden didn't raise tariffs very much, so he had a few, but he had the worst tariff ever. The notion that tariffs cause inflation is wrong. They do not cause inflation. The Atlanta Fed just did a study on this, and what they found is that if companies pass on 50% of all the tariffs to their customers, which, by the way, they will not do. Walmart said today they're trying to get lower prices out of China. So, but if they pass on 50% of the tariffs, prices would go up by 0.8%. We had 0.4 in January. So that's just 2 months of inflation. It's not going to be as painful as the Democrats say.
And Scott Bessent has guessed his hypothesis is that China is going to absorb a lot of these tariffs. So Walmart is not wrong.
All right. So my take on this is that it's going to cause a higher VIX index. That means the equity market is going to sell off, but there's a support level at 5,750. The S&P 500 broke that. The next support level is 5,500. But we're near the end of this sell-off, right? It could go down a little bit more. It's time to buy equities, because what's going to happen throughout the year is that most likely there's going to be a large rally, and you're going to miss out on the rally if you just are fearful. All right. I don't think there's going to be some major collapse in the economy in the United States. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this great stack. All right. Resveratrol is very important. It soaks up free radicals. It will help with the mitochondrial health. So you're going to have more energy. That's important. And resveratrol also helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Cells that are in senescence basically mean, for the people that don't know, cells that stop dividing. They have telomere lengths that are too short and just stops dividing instead of going into apoptosis. You want to get rid of those cells, have them go into apoptosis. So resveratrol gets rid of those cells that are in senescence. The cells that are in senescence also collect garbage. And if you get older and you have a lot of these cells in your tissues, it just doesn't perform as well. So it behooves you to get rid of them. So take resveratrol, really important. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. But also, let me explain why you should stack it with Myotrol. Myotrol is a supplement that you should be taking to help with the gene expression to build muscle, right? To build muscle, you need to do weight training, right? You also need to have the building blocks to build up the muscle, but you also need the proper signaling to be able to do the gene expression to build the muscle. Myotrol will help with the gene expression part of this cascade. All right. So take Myotrol. It will help you to build muscle and help to maintain muscle by promoting gene expression to build muscle and to maintain the muscle. It also helps with the mitochondrial health. So by taking these together, you're going to be able to help your muscles to be able to have the healthy mitochondria, to have the ATP, to maintain muscle and to gain muscle. It's also important to do resistance training to gain this muscle. This stacks also very well. The Myotrol stacks really well with gladiator barley. Why? Because the gladiator barley is a high density protein. But gladiator barley also helps to detoxify your body. bring down inflammation so you recover quicker with your workout, and soaks up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. So there's lots of reasons why this stack between resveratrol and myotrol helps. Like, for example, the myotrol has the flavonoids and lignans and polyphenols to help with the gene expression. But the lignans in the myotrol also helps to soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. So the lignans in the myotrol are going to be synergistic with an additive to the resveratrol, because resveratrol is also an antioxidant, and it's going to help with the health of the mitochondria. All right, so this is a good stack. It stacks even much better if you're doing resistance training and taking the Gladiator barley, and then you're going to see your strength gains improve even faster. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol and get the myotrol. Very important to maintain muscle. As you get older, you lose muscle. So you got to work a little harder to get it. And if you're an athlete, young or older, taking myotrol will help you with your sport. Okay, with that said, let's shift over. Okay, President Trump signs order to establish Bitcoin reserve. Live News is commenting about that.
Given the fact that Bitcoin is over a decade old now, we've seen it survive many boom and bust cycles and has remained. So I think the fact that the crypto industry now has further clarity and a team that is pushing forward innovation will enable more and more use cases to ensure that it's easier to use for everyday Americans, not just Bitcoin, but the cryptocurrency industry as a whole. And I also touched on earlier, many people think that Bitcoin is a currency that is used for nefarious actions and many different types of sort of circumventing of illicit activities. But in reality, Bitcoin is one of the most public and transparent cryptocurrencies on the market. So it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes up in the future.
Fly Network's Alan Orwick, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Anything you want to add before I let you go?
No, I think overall, long gone are the days of Operation Choke Point 2.0. So I'm excited to see this ushering in of a golden age of cryptocurrency for America. And I think there's a bright future for both the stablecoin industry and for cryptocurrency as a whole head. Thanks for having me on, Josh.
Of course. Thank you so much for being here. Have a good rest of your weekend.
I've been watching Bitcoin for a little while, all right? And going in and out of the market with it. And what I've noticed is that it's heavily correlated to the way the equity market moves. It acts as a leverage position with equities. So if the S&P 500 starts to sell off, you're going to see pressure on Bitcoin. All right. Now, the way and the reason for that is that you have these wrappers, these ETF wrappers that are tied to it. All right. And obviously, market participants, especially institutional investors that have moved into this market, if the equity market is selling off, they have to trim down some of their higher beta plays with other ETFs to shore up, some of their losses or whatever. Okay, so that's part of the reason why it is. There are some other variables that are involved with Bitcoin. All right, but it seems that the highest factor, the variable that affects the price movement currently is this correlation factor with the equity market. Now, some of the other factors of Bitcoin is the weakening of the dollar or the strengthening of the dollar. And theoretically, if the dollar strengthens, Bitcoin weakens. That's an economic theory, all right? That doesn't mean that trading works that way, but that's the economic theory behind it. Another aspect to it is regulatory. If regulatory environment is positive for Bitcoin, then Bitcoin should rally. The problem is that if you have an equity market that's selling off, that variable has more of a weight to it than the actual regulatory weight. These variables are not equally weighted. So the coefficient is much higher with the correlation between the equity market than the actual regulatory variable, or the value of the dollar variable. So these coefficients you got to pay attention to, all right? And they don't stay static. But a big part of why Bitcoin is selling off right now is because the equity market is selling off. All right, I'm sure about this. All right, so I suspect that once the equity market starts to turning upward, and you have positive returns week over week, you're going to see that Bitcoin is going to break 1,000 or break 100,000 a coin. So we'll see what happens, but that's my take on it right now. The equity market, the S&P 500 probably is going to sell off a little bit more and then start to build a base, and then it's going to start to come up. So start nibbling at the S&P 500. That's your safest bet. But there's going to be a little bit more pain before we start to see a rally. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAC. NAC is a dual purpose supplement that I've added to my stack. Why? Dr. Paul Cottrell, why did you add NAC to your health protocol stack? Thank you for asking. I added it to my stack because there's an awful lot of anti-aging gurus out there that had positive results from NAC. So I was like going, well, I don't take NAC, so let me try it. Let me investigate it and see what I'm noticing and research it a little bit. Guess what? It works a lot. And the reason why it works is that it boosts up glutathione levels. That's an antioxidant that's created in your liver. That's really important. All right. Now, like I said before, C60 is the most potent antioxidant that you can buy. But if you soak up free radicals with different pathways at the same time, you're going to get more benefits from this anti-aging protocol and soaking up free radicals, because you're attacking the problem in different ways. So NAC is going to boost up your glutathione levels and soak up more free radicals. So this stacks really well with C60. NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney. And NAC helps to improve the health of your lung. That's really important. You remember what we went through, all right? And NAC also helps to calm down the central nervous system, reduce anxiety. And by reducing anxiety, you're going to sleep better. If you're going to sleep better, that means you're consolidating memory and you're detoxifying your central nervous system. So there's additive benefits from that. And you're reducing cortisol levels, so you're improving your immune system. Because your cortisol levels will go up if you're in sympathetic, if you're in a fight or flight response, if you have a lot of anxiety. But if you're calm and you're in parasympathetic, your heart rate's lower, your cortisol levels go down, you'll sleep better, your immune system won't be better. So there's a lot of benefits from taking NAC. I highly recommend that you take this. It's very important. Now, something that I haven't mentioned, but I think it's kind of obvious to people, is that when you get older, your lung capacity declines. All right? People don't realize, no matter what, if you live long enough, you will have COPD. I don't care if you're super healthy. I don't care if you're a Apollo astronaut. You will eventually have enough enough damage to your alveoli septums that you'll eventually get COPD. All right. Now, the whole idea here is try to maintain or reduce the decline of your lung capacity. All right. And you can do that by doing some exercises, some certain types of exercises. Some simple exercises is deep breathing. Deep breathe in, deep breathe out. And you do that regularly. So breathing exercises. Also doing cardio, and because you're breathing heavier, you're helping with that recoiling effect of your lung. And taking supplements that will help with the health of your lung. And NAC is one of them. It brings down inflammation in the lung. and it also helps to break up mucus. All right, so take NAC on a regular basis for lung health too, not just to soak up free radicals, not just to bring down the anxiety levels, not just to detox your liver or your kidney, but it helps with the lung health too. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the NAC, add it to your stack. Improve that lung health. It's really important to try to reduce the decline as you get older. And you do that through exercising and deep breathing and proper supplementation. All right, now 2 other great stacks are ubiquinol, which is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. It's an antioxidant. It'll help with your mitochondrial health, so boost up energy levels. It'll soak up the free radicals, and it helps to protect your neurons. This is extremely important to take once you hit 40 years of age or older. Bam, take it every day. You need to protect those neurons, trust me. Protect your neurons, really important. And NAD plus stacks well with NAC, ubiquinol, resveratrol, C60. NAD plus boosts up your energy levels. NAD plus helps to repair your DNA damage, cellular and mitochondrial. And NAD plus helps to protect your neurons. Very important. See, neural health is important because you don't want to not be able to move. You don't want to not be able to think, all right? So improving the mitochondrial health of the neurons, improving the DNA within the nucleus, improving the neuroplasticity between the neurons, reducing inflammation, because inflammation can cause neurons to degrade. So you want to bring down that inflammation. You want to have healthy myelin sheaths around your axon of your neuron. And when you do this and you exercise and you have good blood flow, because you need to provide nutrients to your brain. And if you have poor blood flow, you'll have brain death. That's what happened to my father. And learn new things, read, write, learn new things, talk to people. These are all positive neural protections to slow down that typical aging process. All right. So it's a holistic approach. And part of that holistic approach is taking the NAD plus, the ubiquinol, the NAC, C60, things that can help with the health of the neuron and protect it. Really important. Okay. Let's go to Al Jazeera because Israel is seeking an extension of the first phase of the ceasefire.
Al Jazeera, Washington.
Tarek Zoom is in the southern Gaza city of Khan Yunis, where there's little left for families to return home to.
All right, I missed that report from DC about that one. Let's just continue on with their coverage of what's going on with Khan Yunis.
On this building that you can see in the frame, absolutely, this is what's left of a Palestinian house in Khan Yunis, where this family who has survived the bombing now live among this ruin with no proper shelters, you can see, no security, and only little aid reaching them. This used to be the house, now it's barely standing with no doors, no windows, and only a very delicate roof that might collapse on the heads at any moment. This family, in fact, has been living inside this bombed out building, and they have been exposed to very harsh elements.
We are obliged to stay here in this terrible situation because we haven't heard anything about the so-called reconstruction. Also, there are no tents available, so we have to cope with it. And with what we have in our hands.
I'm going to go to live now. They were replaying a little bit of Representative Green's censure.
President Trump's speech Tuesday night. Green stood and shouted at Trump after the Republican president said that the November 5th election had delivered a governing mandate not seen for many decades. Congressman Dan Newhouse, the Washington Republican, sponsored the resolution to censure Green. Joining us now live to discuss all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Absolutely, Josh. It's great to be with you.
And first off, I do want to ask you kind of your overall thoughts as you saw Congressman Green interrupt Trump's speech there. What was going through your mind?
Well, I'll tell you what, Josh, this is an evening typically filled with a lot of excitement, a lot of emotion. The President of the United States is coming to address a joint meeting of the House and Senate. When Mr. Green stood up and started his yelling and waving his walking stick, his cane at the president, at first I couldn't believe that was an expression of anger on the part of Mr. Green. That we know he's a very passionate person, but this was something that was out of the ordinary. And then the speaker several times asked him to just desist from what he was doing. He refused. It was an unbelievable moment.
And that's why I was saying, because I was covering this live, the day of the speech. My take on this and my initial impression, and it hasn't changed, is that there is a push from the minority communities to fight against Trump at all costs, and there's kind of almost like this BLM aspect to it. But also what I saw was that there's this split. I keep on talking about the soul root of Esau. You could see the splitting that's taking place in our legislative branch between the Democrats and the Republicans. That even for that cancer survivor that ended up becoming a Secret Service agent, is an honorary Secret Service agent. The Democrats didn't stand up and applaud the child. Because that would put a positive light on Trump. They're doing everything in their power to not come together as a country. And this is a element of BLM. This is an element of reparations. This is an element of trying to create that environment to erode God, country, and family. That's what Green represents.
Respect, as well as the American people. And I thought that this display was truly went against all of what those rules stand for.
I do want to ask, because on that note here, we do know that some Democrats have kind of criticized Republicans there, saying that there isn't equal treatment. So I do have to ask you, as far as if a Republican had done that during a Democratic president's speech, would the treatment have been the same? And you kind of touched on that, but I want to get your take.
First of all, absolute short answer to that question. Democrat or Republican. And unfortunately, I will admit, we've had instances in the past several years on both sides of the aisle that I cannot defend. Absolutely not. The difference here, and something I've never seen in my short time in Congress, which is a decade, I have never seen a member of the House of Representatives escorted off the chamber floor by the sergeant at arms. It was clear that Mr. Green's goal was complete disruption of the president being able to deliver.
And isn't that great for the cameras? And isn't that great to go to the protesters and say, I'm standing for you. I was thrown out of Congress by the sergeant of arms, and I'm a black man fighting for you. That's what he did. That's what was going on there. Now this sounds, maybe, oh, Paul, you're being too harsh on Green. I'm telling you, people need to wake up. There are some serious problems with the ethos of these minority protesters, and they're eroding God, country, and family. And if you think they're not, you're not paying attention. Because what is happening across the country is that they're trying to push either a soft reparation or a hard reparation. And that hard reparation meaning you'd be taxed, or there's some bonds that are issued that gives large checks out to blacks because of slavery. All right. Even though we fought a war and stopped it all, and Lincoln said that the best way for the nation to move forward is just, you know, to be one nation and not focus on demonizing the South. All right, which had a lot of wisdom. All right, but what has happened is there's a big push for hard reparations. Now, if they don't get their hard reparations, they're going to do soft reparations. And what I mean by that is that they're going to try to take away, destroy property, or take away your wealth slowly. Right? So this is a big problem in the United States that people need to wake up to. Now, people that don't have wealth, they don't see it as early. It's the ones that have wealth that see it early, because you're starting to see a pattern that's happening in the United States. But the ones that don't have wealth, you'll start to see it too. Now, if you live in the inner city, you see it pretty early. You have these minority groups, they're coming in and stealing property, taking stuff from stores, putting it online and selling it through Amazon or wherever. Some of this is illegal alien type stuff, but a big part of it is coming right from the Black community. You had AOC saying, "Oh, they're only stealing bread. You don't eat shoes. You don't eat basketball gear. So why are you going to the store and stealing that? You're not stealing bread." So that's the soft reparations. And then you have DAs that are willing to prosecute that happen to be Black. Big problem.
His speech. However, I think to myself that I represent more than just Republicans in Central Washington. I represent everybody, Democrats, Independents, Republicans, and it's part of my responsibility to engage with the executive branch, to receive the message that they want us to hear, and to react to that on behalf of my constituents. So I get it. I guess it's a show of some kind of political maneuvering on the part of people that don't show up. It could be. I just think it's part of our responsibility. If we invite the president to come to give us an address, Congress should be there.
Yeah, Congress should be there and be respectful to the office of the presidency. You don't have to respect the president, but you have to the person. You have to respect the office of the presidency. All right, just like the president needs to respect Congress, the president needs to respect the judicial branch. The judicial branch needs to respect the executive branch or the legislative branch. That's how our system works. But when it turns into a personal vendetta, then the whole system starts to collapse. And that's the problem, is you got the cancer, the BLM kind of mentality, and it starts becoming personal. Now, I have personally heard from representatives that work with Hochul, Governor Hochul in New York, where they are trying to push reparations at the state level first. And if you get enough of the blue states doing it, then it's going to go federal. Now, I heard that out of someone's mouth. I saw it with my own eyes. So if you think that this isn't happening behind the scenes, guess what it is? And don't you think some of these community leaders are telling their constituents that happen to be minority, you know what? Maybe it's time to activate. Maybe you need to, fight the power. Raise your fist. Do the soft coup, do the soft reparations. Steal. How are you going to have a society that is functioning if you have a big part of it where everything is, you got to worry that someone's going to steal from you? It's a huge problem. Now, maybe New York's the canary in the coal mine, but it's a big problem. And people need to wake up to it. And Representative Green, He represents those people. He represents those types of people that are the thieves, that are doing this because they think they can get away with it. This should not be a black-white issue. This should be just a law and order issue. But what's happened is that it's that BLM element to it is metastasizing across the country. And it's now changed. It's changed. It's not so much the protesting. It's now this soft reparations.
Eunice, this is a shot that we have shown you a lot over the past several months. Now, President Trump has sent a letter to Iran's supreme leader seeking a new deal to restrain Tehran's nuclear program, warning that otherwise military intervention might be necessary. Want to pop up this quote for you right here on your screen so you can get a better look at it. It does come from a Fox News interview that will air tomorrow. Trump says, quote, "I've written them a letter saying I hope you're going to negotiate because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing." Speaking to reporters from the Oval Office Friday, the commander-in-chief did say that, quote, "We have a situation with Iran that something's going to happen very soon, very, very soon." Now, there's been no direct confirmation from Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's office as to whether it received the letter, but there are questions about how the 85-year-old will react. Both
Now,
Israel
people
and
need to
the US
realize, I've been talking about this for 2.5 years. There's these cycles between Esau and Jacob throughout the year on which soul root is stronger. Right now, Jacob is stronger. It started in around mid-January. All right. So you have mid-January, like, February, March, April, May, June, July. All right. Those are the months that are strong for Jacob. It peaks in April. All right. So it's like a sine wave. All right. So it's peaking in April, and it's still stronger in relative terms to Esau, but it starts to decline as Esau starts to ascend. All right. So those 6 months, February through July, all right, are really, really important. All right. So February, March, April, the peak. May, June, and then July. All right. And then after July, so we're into August, then Esau starts to ascend. That's the reason why so many bad things happen in September or October in the United States, especially when it comes to problems overseas. All right. Because October is a very strong month for Esau. All right. So you have August, September, October, peaks in October. A lot of bad things happen in the market in October. Notice? All right. So September and October are worrisome months because it's in the ascent for Esau's soul root. And then it starts to descend after October, November, December, January. Right. So if Trump is going to knock out Iran, he's got to do it in April. From a metaphysical point of view, he will have the most strength in that kav that comes down to be able to harness the kav, the energy of the soul root of Jacob. That kav energy that's coming from God, that is fully manifested in April. Now, what's happening? That's around Passover. You guys got to wake up. And here's another crazy thing you want to hear that no one talks about. Purim is coming up. All right. Purim is roughly a 2-day holiday. And it's the reading of the Megillah, all right, of the scroll of Esther. That's happening in March 13th and 14th. All right. So Thursday and Friday, you read the Megillah. You start it at night on the 13th and you read it during the day on the 14th, and that's that Friday, and then you go into Shabbos. There is going to be a complete eclipse, blood moon, that's happening on Purim. Now, eclipse, the complete eclipse, it represents usually a bad omen for Jews. All right. But a red blood moon on Shabbos during a yontif like Purim is a positive omen. And the red blood moon represents redemption. And what's the story of Esther in the book of Esther? It's the redeeming of the Jewish people when Haman tried to kill them all. Doesn't that fucking sound a whole lot like Hamas? Why do you think Hamas and Haman sound so similar? People need to wake up. I'm not wrong on this metaphysics stuff. We are literally going to see an opening of a gate, a spiritual gate, on the 14th of March. And it's going to set in motion the decapitation of the Ayatollah.
On Hamas and represent a united front against the sort of terror regime that is Hamas, and of course their puppet masters in Tehran, in the Iranian regime there, to make sure that they all understand that the hostages must be returned, all of them, as soon as possible. Now, they must be brought home now, must be let go now, in order to ensure that we're able to move forward, that we're able to get past this war, to help begin any sort of next stage when it comes to not, of course, just Israel's people, but also the people of Gaza. If they want to come out from under the yoke of Hamas and their brutal terror regime, they must keep that pressure on and make sure that Hamas understands that they do not have a future. They do not have a future in power, and they do not have a future by holding Israelis, whether they be alive or, unfortunately, at this stage, no longer alive and no longer with us. They must be returned incomplete. That's just the key message that we have to take away here.
One other headline here, U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, we kind of discussed this already, but says that the U.S. and Israel can actually take joint military action against Hamas if these negotiations fail. So is that just kind of a threat, or is that a real possibility for the U.S. and Israel to join forces and take that military action against the terror group?
I mean, it certainly is a real possibility, and the fact that we're hearing this from the senior leadership, the top leadership of the US, the upper echelons, indicates that it is even more realistic. And we've seen, just this last week, we saw the Israeli Air Force and the US Air Force enacting joint operations, training operations. So, we know that this capability exists. We know that the militaries of both countries stand at the ready with the capability to take joint action, whether it be against Hamas, of course, whether it be against the theocratic regime in Iran. These possibilities are real and ready. And under the current administration from the US, we have seen that willingness to say that this could happen in the near future. Now, again, there's so many moving parts here and so many elements that remain yet to be determined whether Hamas will indeed come to the negotiating table and release the hostages, as they must do. But should that not happen, and of course, when you're making deals with the devil, like
now, deals with the devil, no kidding. The reality of the situation is what's going to happen is that negative soul root of Esau will harden, while the positive soul root will repent and align with Jacob. So there's going to be a hardening effect with Hamas and a hardening effect with Iran that will lead to the absolute positive destruction of them. Just like the hardening of the heart of Pharaoh that took place during Exodus. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this great stack here. This is going to help you in many ways, all right? If you're an athlete or if you're just older and you want to get healthy, all right? Taking Boomer Boost is really important. It's the fourth pillar of my core protocol to increase your energy levels and boost up your metabolism. You will see the effects of Boomer Boost within 72 hours of starting to take this. You take 1 scooper a day for breakfast or for lunch. You will start to lose weight, and it targets a few systems. It targets your heart and your vascular system, helps with that, helps with your brain function. It'll help you sleep better. You're going to have more mental acuity. You're going to not have the brain fog. It also helps with strength and with muscle health. And again, it boosts up your energy levels and your metabolism. It has 68 nutrients. You can see that on the label here. Go to my store and read it closely, the label. It's very comprehensive. You take it for breakfast or for lunch. Mix it with soft foods or a smoothie or just filtered water. Some people mix it with milk. It's up to you. I put it in hummus. You can put it in yogurt or in applesauce, something like that. All right. However you want to take it, but take it every day, breakfast or for lunch. You will start to lose weight and you're going to notice that you're getting much healthier. What I also have noticed for me is that I've had chronic migraines all my life, ever since I was 8 years old. 8 years old, and I would have a migraine like 3 times a week. And sometimes throughout these shows, you may see that I look like I have a headache, especially, you know, like last year or whatever, all right? What I have noticed, and I don't know why, I got to investigate it, but I don't know why, but my migraines are gone. There's something in here, or a synergistic effect of the ingredients. So I'm looking into finding out why my migraines went away. All right. And I've had it since I was 8 years old. I'm shocked. All right. But I got to investigate why that is. When I find out, I'll let you know. But that's something that I've noticed with this. All right. Now, what also Boomer Boost does is it can help you if you're an athlete. If you're an athlete, use this as your pre or post workout fueling. Now it stacks really well with the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. Now, what is the difference between the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley? Now, the heirloom barley, which is, I don't have it on my desk here, but the heirloom barley is a barley that will help to detoxify your body, reduce inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. It's a high density protein. You take a scoop or half a scooper or a full scooper a day, and it works best when you mix it with the Boomer Boost. And you're gonna lose weight, you're gonna have that high density protein, you're gonna detoxify your body, bring down that inflammation, all right? You get all the benefits of the heirloom barley in the gladiator barley, but you get one extra benefit in the gladiator barley, and that is it helps for strength and building muscle. All right, so you do resistance training, you take the gladiator barley, you're building muscle. It stacks really well with myotrol because myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle. And you mix it with the Boomer Boost, and it's a great way to control your A1C levels. You're controlling your A1C levels 3 different ways: with the ingredients that are in Boomer Boost, with building muscle from the gladiator barley, right? Because you're the more lean muscle you have, and you're going to be able to control your glucose levels better. All right, it's a high density protein. All right, you're losing weight too, which helps with A1C levels. A lot of people that are diabetic in the United States or borderline diabetic, there's a lot of people that are diabetic, type 2 diabetes in the United States. There's even more people that are borderline diabetic. So you can control your A1C levels by taking Boomer Boost and Gladiator Barley and doing some resistance training or other workouts like cardiovascular. Like I said, you have to do all 4. You got to do balancing, stretching, cardio, and resistance training. All of them are important. But taking this stack together is is a very powerful way to get healthy. All right. And again, if you stack it with the myotrol, you'll have even further gains of strength, especially when you get older. Because again, gaining muscle when you're older is harder. All right. But you want to lose weight, you want to control your A1C levels, you want to get healthy, you want to get all the minerals that you need for the day. Boomer Boost is a great way to do it. Now, again, if you follow my core protocol, My core protocol is take max 35 to boost up your immune system. Take C60 to soak up the free radicals. Take the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to bring down inflammation and boost up your immune system. And take the boomer boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. That's a great protocol. You stack that also with the Gladiator barley, and you're getting more muscle, and you're controlling your A1C levels even further. That's a great way to get healthy. Just that stack right there. Now, there's different ways that you can stack this. That was one way. Another way is just to take the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator barley. Another way is the Boomer Boost and the Heirloom barley. Another way is to take the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator and the Myotrol. Another way is to take the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator and the C60. There's lots of ways that you can mix and match these things. But the point I'm making is that you do this, you're going to get healthy. Now, I found out accidentally that something's in the boomer, and I will investigate, and I will get back to you and figure out what are the ingredients in here that actually is shutting off my migraines. But I mean, I was shocked. I had no idea. I've been suffering from migraines all my life. 3 times a week I'd have one. So but they have gone away. Now, I don't know why though. There's something in here that is doing it, but I'll investigate and I'll let you know. I am sure that other people have seen something similar, with other things about their body, that as they're taking the Gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost, that the detoxification is helping with another system. But the bottom line is this: you can get healthy and learn something about your body. Like I just learned, I would say that I'm pretty well knowledgeable in these subject matters. I just learned that, taking Boomer Boost for me mitigated my migraines that I've had since I was 8 years old. All right. That means I've had migraines for a long time, many decades. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great products that I offer. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my YouTube videos. Use discount 5. And if you want to save even more money, get the anti-aging boxes or the longevity boxes. They're at a built-in discount, and you can put the coupon code discount 5 and you get $5 off that too. Stack them the way I'm telling you to. Use the holistic approach. Just a reminder for the ones that are watching and listening, I'm going to be doing a show with John Hogue tomorrow at 10 o'clock New York time, 10 p.m. New York time. It's about a 2-hour show. Sometimes it goes 2.5 hours. We do a call-in. Please call in, ask your questions, type them in. We want the interaction from the audience. That's what these shows are all about. Thank you for listening. It's time for me to get some sleep. But thank you for watching, and have a nice day.